साक्षिणः। ॐ ह्रीं कर्तव्येऽस्मिन् शिवरात्रिव्रतोपलक्ष्ये शिव पूजा कर्मणि ॐ ह्रीं पुण्णाहं भवन्तु ॐ ह्रीं कर्तव्येऽस्मिन् शिवरात्रिव्रतोपलक्ष्ये शिव पूजा कर्मणि ह्रीं स्वस्ति भवन्तु भवन्तु ॐ ह्रीं स्वस्ति ॐ ह्रीं कर्तव्येऽस्मिन् शिवरात्रिव्रतोपलक्ष्ये शिव पूजा कर्मणि ह्रीं ऋद्धिं भवन्तु भवन्तु स्वस्ति न इंद्रो विद्युत्सभा स्वस्ति नो पूषा विश्ववेदा स्वस्ति नो सारस्वतश्चनेमि स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु स्वस्ति नो स्वस्ति ओम सूर्य सोम कालो महाभूतानि क्षपा पवन दिक्पतिर्भूमिराकाशं खचरामरा ब्रह्मं शासनमस्थाय कल्पद्धमिह सन्निधिं संकल्प ओम ह्रीं विष्णुरं तत्सदुद्ध फाल्गुने मासी कुंभ राशि स्थिभास्करे अमावस्यायां कृष्णे पक्षे अमावस्यायां तिथौ यथा सद्विधिना श्रीरामकृष्णदेवस्य पार्षदभक्ताश्रितो जनहृदयेषु निष्ठलीलाभावविकासनाय श्रीमद्भगवद्भक्तानां ज्ञानभक्तिवैराग्यविद्धये श्रीमद्रामकृष्णप्रीतिकाम गुरुवादि पूजा पूर्वकं शिवरात्रि व्रत पूजा कर्मण तदीय चरणास्थितो अहं करिष्यामि। ओम शिवरात्रि व्रतं नाम सर्व पाप प्रशमनं आचंडाल मनुष्याणां भक्ति मुक्ति प्रदायकम्। ओम शिवरात्रि व्रतं हि तत्करिष्ये महाफलं निर्विघ्नं अस्तु मे देव तत्प्रसादात् जगत्पते। ओम ह्रीं दूरंगम ज्योतिषां ज्योतिरेकं तन्मे शिव संकल्पमस्तु। ओम संकल्पितार्थ सिद्धन्तु सिद्धा सन्तु मनोरथा भक्ति ज्ञान उदयाय वयोमारम्भ शुभाय होतु। गंधुष्टे आदर शक्ता ओम इति गंधुष्टे आदर शक्ता दिभो नमः। ओम गंगे च जमुने चैव गोदावरी सरस्वती नर्मदे सिंधु कावेरी जलेऽस्मिन् सन्निधिं कुरु। Namaste.
আচ্ছা that's overdue and this is the rose water. You can actually pour the whole thing out, right? That's what. Yeah. Just unscrew it.
Om eti gandhuspe daru devatabho namaha. Om eti gandhuspe. Om Vigna eti gandhuspe daru devatabho namaha. Eti gandhuspe brahmane namaha. Om eti gandhuspe. Om eti gandhuspe. Om Master Purushaya namaha. Eti gandhuspe. Om eti gandhuspe. Om Vignaya namaha. Om eti gandhuspe Sri Mahalakshmi namaha. Om eti gandhuspe. Om Saraswati namaha. Om Saraswati namaha. Om eti gandhuspe. Om Vigneshaya namaha. Om eti gandhuspe. Om Vigneshaya Gangangavi namaha. Eti gandhuspe. Yamunavi namaha. Om eti gandhuspe. Om Astraya namaha. Om eti gandhuspe. Kshetrapalaya namaha. Om Patam Pastya Patastya 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 Om Sarva Vijnanam Saraya Om Pat Swaha Om Apasarpan Om Raksha Raksha Om Pat Swaha Om Swasana Eti Gandhuspe Om Adharu Shakta Vibho Namaha Om Swasana Upaveshana Mantrasya Meru Prishta Rishi Shutalang Chanda Kurma Devata Asana Upaveshane Bini Yoga Om Pittitaya Dhita Loka Devi Tan Vishnari Tatancha Dharaya Magnitam Pavitram Kuruchasanam Om Hring Ete Gandhapuspe Adhara Shaktaye Kamlasanaya Namaha Ving Gurubhyo Namo Ving Parama Gurubhyo Namo Ving Parapara Gurubhyo Namo Ving Parameshti Gurubhyo Namo Om Ganganeshaya Namo Om Ving Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Sri Ramakrishnaya Namo Om Om Namah Shivaya Namaha Om Hisugang Hum Pat Swaha Kring Ving Pat Om Satabhisikam Pat Swaha Om Satabhisikam Pat Swaha Om Puspe Puspe Mahapuspe Puspe Puspa Sambhave Puspachaya Vakine Cha Hum Pat Swaha Om Pat 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 Om Astraya Pat Astraya Pat Ong ing ong ong ung ong kong ung kong chong ung chong tong ung tong pong ung pong yang shong ung shong rong Om Durge Durge Rakshini Swaha Ong Ang Hung Phat Swaha. Om Vama Parsasthitam Papa Purusham Kajjalapravam Brahmahutta Siraskancha Sarnaste Ubujadayam Surapano Hidayuktam Guru Talpukutidayam Tatsang Sargi Paduddannamanga Puttanga Patakam Upapatakaromanam Raktusmastu Vilochanam Kargo Charmadharam Kuddam Evam Kuksho Vichintayet.
Lingaya Namaha Hiranyaya Namaha Hiranyaya Namaha Suvanaya Namaha Suvanalingaya Namaha Divyaya Namaha Divyalingaya Namaha Bhavaya Namaha Bhavalingaya Namaha
Sharvaya Namaha Sharvalingaya Namaha Shivaya Namaha Shivalingaya Namaha Dvalaya Namaha Dvalalingaya Namaha Atmaya Namaha Atmalingaya Namaha Paramaya Namaha Paramalingaya Namaha Etat somasya suryasya Sarvalingagum stapayati Pani mantram pavitram.
तत्तात्युक्तं सकलतलगतं वर्णरूपं नमामि ॐ अं नमो अं नमो ing नमो ing नमो ॐ नमो ing नमो ing नमो ing नमो ing नमो ॐ नमो ing नमो ॐ नमो ing नमो खं नमो खं नमो गं नमो खं नमो चं नमो छं नमो जं नमो झं नमो तं नमो ठं नमो डं नमो डं नमो नं नमो दं नमो ठं नमो डं नमो खं नमो फं नमो फं नमो फं नमो मं नमो जं नमो लं नमो मं नमो शं नमो शं नमो शं नमो फं नमो क्षं नमः ॐ पञ्चाशद्विभक्तमद्मुखदुपद्वक्षस्थलं पश्यन्मौली निबद्धचन्द्रशकलामापीनतुङ्गस्तनीं मुद्रामक्षगणं सुधार्तकलशं विद्यां च हस्ताम्बुजै बिभ्राणं विशदप्रभं त्रिनयनं वाग्दे भूतामस्त्रये ॐ अं नमो अं नमो ing नमो ing नमो ॐ नमो ॐ नमो ing नमो ing नमो ling नमो ling नमो ing नमो ing नमो ॐ नमो ing नमो ॐ नमो oh नमो खं नमो खं नमो गं नमो घं नमो यं नमो चं नमो छं नमो जं नमो झं नमो यं नमो ठं नमो ठं नमो डं नमो डं नमो डं नमो ठं नमो डं नमो डं नमो डं नमो हं नमो फं नमो पीठे बं नमो घं नमो मं नमो यं नमो रं नमो लं नमो बं नमो शं नमो शं नमो शं नमो रं नमो शं नमो लं नमो शं नमो ॐ अक्षस्रजं हरिणो हरिणो प्रोतं उदग्रटङ्कं विद्यां करीरवरितं दधतिं निरत्नम् आद्यन्तमौलिमरुणामरविन्दसंस्थां वर्णेश्वरीं प्रणोत अनुभावनम्रं क्षं नमो लं नमो शं नमो शं नमो शं नमो शं नमो बं नमो लं नमो रं नमो यं नमो मं नमो भं नमो बं नमो हं नमो फं नमो टं नमो नं नमो ढं नमो डं नमो ढं नमो तं नमो yang namo
changeless, the formless one. Thou art beyond bliss, yet bliss itself, beyond duality and full, the highest above all qualities, distinctions, and movement. To thee, the Supreme Brahman, Ganesha, do we offer our worship. Thy nature is beyond qualities, and thy form is consciousness and joy. Effulgent and all-pervasive, thou art the master of all. To thee, the Supreme Brahman, Ganesha, do we offer our worship. O thou, whose nature is primordial knowledge, thou art the world cause, origin of the gods, the source of delight, and master of all qualities and powers, pervading the entire universe, Lord of the gods, thou art adored by all. To thee, the Supreme Brahman, Ganesha, do we offer our worship. Nirvikalpam Nirakaramekam Ajam Nirvikalpam Nirakaramekam Niranandam Purnam Ajam Nirvikalpam Nirakaramekam Niranandamanandamadvaita Purnam Param Nirguna Nirvishesham Nirhiyam Paranirgunam Nirvishesham Nirhiyam Parabrahmarupam Ganesham Vajema Parabrahmarupam Ganesham Vajema Gunatitamanam Chidanandarupam Gunatitamanam Chidanandarupam Chidabasakam Sarvagamya Nagamya Gunatitamanam Chidanandarupam Chidabasakam Sarvagam Jnanagamya Muni Makasha Rupam Paresham Muni Makasha Rupam Paresham Parabrahmarupam Ganesham Vajema Parabrahmarupam Ganesham Vajema Jagat Karanam Karanagyana Rupam Jagat Karanam Karanagyana Rupam Suradim Sukhadim Gunesham Ganesham Jagat Vyapinam Vishwavanyam Suresham Jagat Vyapinam Vishwavanyam Suresham Parabrahmarupam Ganesham Vajema
खण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। ॐ ऐङेषु सचन्दनपत्रपुष्पाञ्जलि सर्वदे श्रीगुरवे नमः। ॐ ऐङेषु सचन्दनपत्रपुष्पाञ्जलि श्रीगुरवे नमः। ॐ ऐङेषु सचन्दनपत्रपुष्पाञ्जलि श्रीगुरवे नमः। ॐ कर्मं स्थूलतनुं गजेन्द्रवदनं लम्बोदरं सुन्दरं प्रसन्नं मदगन्धलुब्धमधुपबालोलगण्डस्थलं दन्ताघातविदारितोरिरुधिरै सिन्दूरशोभाकरं वन्दे शैलसुतासुतं गणपतिं सिद्धिप्रदं कामदम्। ন্যাস করেছি ওকে গাঙ্গ মিষ্টমিন গিং টার্জুন ভ্যাং সব গুম পদ্মাং পশ্চিম বেঙ্গানাম কেমন গুম কনিষ্ঠভ্যাং শুনকা করতল মিষ্টম বেঙ্গস্ত্রায় পদ গাং জয় নমঃ গাং শিরসি স্বাগং শিবাই বুশুগং কবচাং নেততে বুশুগ করতল মিষ্টম বেঙ্গস্ত্রায় পদ গঙ্গে সুগন্ধ ও ধ্যান হলো ॐ खर्वं स्थूलतनुं गजेन्द्रवदनं लम्बोदरं सुन्दरं प्रसन्नं
जटाजूतमध्यस्फुरतिगङ्गवारिं महादेवमेकं स्मरामि स्मरामिं महेशं सुरेशं सुरारातिनाशं विभुं विश्वनाथं विभुत्यङ्गभूषं विरूपाक्षमिन्द्र अर्कवह्नित्रिनेत्रं सदानन्दमेरे प्रभु पञ्चभक्तं गिरीशं गणेशं गले नीलवर्णं गवेन्द्राधिरूढं गुणातीतरूपं भवं भास्वरं भस्मनाभूषिताङ्गं भवानी कलत्रं भजे पञ्चभक्तं शिवाकान्त शम्भो शशाङ्कार्धमौले महेशान् शूलिन् जटाजूटधारिन् तमेक जगद्व्यापक विश्वरूप प्रसीद प्रसीद प्रभु पूर्णरूप परमात्मनेकं जगद्बीजमाद्यं निरीहं निराकारम् ओङ्कारवेद्यं यतो जायते पाल्यते येन विश्वं तमीशं भजे लीयते यत्र विश्वं न भूमिर्न चापो न बह्निर्न वायु न चाकाशमस्ति न तन्द्रा न निद्रा न ग्रीष्मो न शीतं न देशो न वेश न यस्यास्ति मूर्ति श्रीमूर्ति तमीरे अजं शाश्वतं कारणं कारणानां शिवं केवलं भासकं भासकानां तुरीयं तमः पारतम् अन्तहीनं प्रपद्ये परं पावनं द्वैतहीनं नमस्ते नमस्ते विभो विश्वमूर्ते नमस्ते नमस्ते चिदानन्दमूर्ते नमस्ते नमस्ते तपोयोगगम्य नमस्ते नमस्ते श्रुतिज्ञानगम्य प्रभो शूलपाणे विभो विश्वनाथ महादेव शम्भो महेश त्रिनेत्र शिवाकान्त शान्त स्मरारे पुरारे त्वदन्न वरेण्य नमान्य नगण्य शम्भो महेश करुणामय शूलपाणे गौरीपते पशुपते पशुपाशनाशीन् काशीपते करुणया जगते त्र्यक्स्त्वं हंसि पासि विद्यासि महेश्वरो वशी त्वत्तो जगद्भवति देव भव स्मरारे त्वय्येव तिष्ठति जगन्मेर विश्वनाथ त्वय्येव गच्छति लयं जगते तदीश लिंगात्मके हर चराचर विश्वरूपिन्। I meditate on Him who is the Lord of the living beings, who destroys our sins, and who is the transcendental God, who wears the hide of the best elephants, and who is himself the best, from whose matted hair is spurting out the holy waters of the great river Ganga. On that Mahadeva only I meditate, the one who is the enemy of Smara, the representative of desires. I meditate on Him who is the great Lord, who is the Lord of the Devas, and who removes the afflictions of the Devas, who is the all-pervading Lord of the universe, Vishwanatha, and whose body is adorned with sacred ashes, whose unique eyes consist of the triad of moon, sun, and fire. I extol that ever blissful Lord who has 5 faces. I meditate on Him who is the Lord of the Kailasha mountain, who is the Lord of the celestial attendants, and whose throat is blue colored due to poison, who is mounted on the king of bulls, and whose forms are innumerable, who is existence itself, shining as the underlying consciousness, and whose body is adorned with sacred ashes, who is the consort of Devi Bhavani, Divine Mother. I worship that Lord with 5 faces. O Shambho, the beloved of Shiva, Devi Parvati, O the one with the half moon on his head, O the great master holding the trident in his hand and bearing the matted hairs on his head, you are the one who pervades the entire universe and whose form is universe itself. Be pleased with us. Be pleased with us, O Lord, whose form is the fullness of consciousness. Be pleased with us and make us merge in your fullness. I meditate on Him who is the one transcendental consciousness, which is primeval seed of the universe, who is without any desire, who is without any form, and who is known by meditating on Omkara, from whom is created the universe, by whom is sustained the universe. I worship that Lord in whom finally the whole universe merges. Neither by earth nor by water, neither by the fire nor by wind, neither also by space is His presence limited. Similarly, neither by lassitude nor by sleep can He be realized. Neither by summer nor by winter He is constrained. Similarly, neither by place nor by dress can He be restrained, and nor of whom there is an exclusive image. I extol that Trimurti, the cosmic presence behind creation, sustenance, and dissolution. He is without birth, He is eternal, and He is the primal cause behind all the causes. He is auspicious. He is one without a second. He is the manifesting light of consciousness behind all external manifesting light of appearances. He is Turiya, superconsistent, beyond all ignorance, and without any beginning and end. I take refuge in that transcendental purity who is beyond all dualities. Salutations to you, O the all-pervading one, whose form is the whole universe. Salutations to you, O the one who is the embodiment of the bliss and bliss of consciousness, salutations to you, who is attained by austerity and yoga, salutations to you, who is attained by the knowledge of the Vedas. O Lord, O the one with trident in his hand, O the all-pervading one, O the Lord of the universe, O the great God, Mahadeva, O the one who causes happiness to all, O the great Lord, the one with 3 eyes, O the beloved of Devi Parvati, an embodiment of peace, the one who was the enemy of Kama, the lord of the lust, and the demon Tripura. O Lord, apart from you, there is no other for me to be wished for, venerated, and considered for worship. O Shambho, O Mahesha, O the compassionate one with trident in hand, O the consort of Gauri, the Lord of all beings who sever their bondages. O the Lord of Kashi, by your compassion, this universe you alone destroy, protect, and create. O, you are the Maheshwara. From you, the whole universe comes into being. Existence itself comes into being. In you abides the whole universe, O gracious Vishwanatha. In you, this whole universe during dissolution goes. O Lord of this universe, you who are the nature of the linga, you who take away afflictions, you who are the form of the world, with all its moving and non-moving beings, I always meditate on you.
Bapudhita Sankachakro. Om Namo Narayana Namo Eshu Gandhu Om Namo Narayana Namo Om Eshu Gandhu Om Namo Narayana Namo Om Idam Sachandana Pushpam Om Namo Narayana Namo Om Namo Narayana Eshu Dhupa Om Namo Narayana Namo Shiva Ratri Dhupa Om Namo Narayana Om Namo Narayana Namo Eshu Dhupa Om Namo Narayana Namo Om Yate Gandhuspe Om Noividyaya Namaha Om Yate Gandhuspe Dvadipade Devaya Vishnuvi Namaha Om Idam Noividyam Sri Namo Narayanaya Namaha Om Namo Narayana Namaha. Idam Panarthirupakam Namo Narayana Namaha. Idam Sachan. Idam Tambulam Sin Namo Om Namo Narayana Namaha. Om Idam Sachan Anupatra Swanjali Om Namo Narayana Namaha.
him seeking forgiveness of Shiva.
तथा सुमेखलं पद्ममालं पुष्पं नानाविधं तथा अमायद्वैर्भावपुष्पैः अर्चयेद्भावगोचरम् अमायम् अनहङ्कारम् अरागम् आमदं तथा अमोहकम् अदम्मं च अद्वेषो अक्षोभगौ तथा अमात्सर्जम् अलोभं च दशो पुष्पं विदुर्बुधा अहिंसा परमं पुष्पं पुष्पम् इन्द्रियनिग्रह दया पुष्पं क्षमा पुष्पं ज्ञान पुष्पं च पंचमम् इति पंचोदशो भावपुष्पैः सम्पूजयेत् शिवम्।
नाचे भोला गरजे गंगा जठा माझ गरजे गंगा जठा माझ उगरे अनाल त्रिशूल राज उगरे अनाल त्रिशूल राज धाक 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 मोले बंधु 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 ज्वले शशांक बाला ज्वले शशांक बाला
बिल्लपत्रं तथा परं
थातया थातया नाचे भोला थातया थातया नाचे भोला बम बाबा बजेगा बम बाबा बजेगा थातया थातया नाचे भोला थातया थातया नाचे भोला नाचे बोला थाथया थाथया नाचे बोला गरज गंगा जठा माझ Jole Shoshank Bala, Jole Shoshank Bala, Tathaya Tathaya Nache Bola, Tathaya Tathaya Nache Bola, Bamba Baba Jiga, Bamba Baba Jiga, Tathaya Tathaya Nache Bola, Tathaya Tathaya Nache Bola, Tathaya Tathaya Nache Bola.
ओम श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय श्री रामकृष्णाय नमः। ओम तुर्यवन संपन्नं नानागुणमनोहरं आनन्दसौरभं पुष्पं गृह्यतामिदमुत्तमम्। ओम वैं एतानि सचन्दनपुष्पाणि सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय श्री रामकृष्णाय बहुषट्।
Jai
देव देवेषु सर्वतृप्तिकरं परं अखंडानंद संपूर्ण गृहान जलमुत्तमम् ओम ऐं पानार्थुदकं सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय श्री राम कृष्णाय निवेदयामि। ओम उच्छिष्टमपि असुचिर्वाजस्य स्मरणमात्रतो शुद्धिमाप्नोति तस्मै ते पुनराचमनिउदकम् ओम ऐं पुनराचमनिउदकं सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय श्री राम कृष्णाय स्वाहा। ओम फलपत्र समायुक्तं कर्पूरादि सुवासितं मया निवेदितं भक्त्या ताम्बूलं प्रतिगृह्यताम् ओम ऐं ताम्बूलं सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय श्री राम कृष्णाय निवेदयामि।
सुरार्चितलिङ्गं निर्मलभाषितशोभितलिङ्गं जन्मजदुःखविनाशकलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम् देवमुनिप्रवरार्चितलिङ्गं कामदहं करुणाकरलिङ्गं रावणदर्पविनाशनलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम् सर्वसुगन्धिसुलेपितलिङ्गं बुद्धिविवर्धनकारणलिङ्गं सिद्धसुरासुरवन्दितलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम् कनकमहामणिभूषितलिङ्गं फणिपतिवेष्टितशोभितलिङ्गं दक्षसुयज्ञविनाशनलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम् कुङ्कुमचन्दनलेपितलिङ्गं पङ्कजहारसुशोभितलिङ्गं सञ्चितपापविनाशनलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम् देवगणार्चितसेवितलिङ्गं भावैर्भक्तिभिरेव च लिङ्गं दिनकरकोटिप्रभाकरलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम् अष्टदलोपरिवेष्टितलिङ्गं सर्वसमुद्भवकारणलिङ्गम् अष्टदरिद्रविनाशनलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम् सुरगुरुसुरवनपूजितलिङ्गं सुरवनपुष्पसदार्चितलिङ्गं तत्परापरत्परमात्मकलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम् लिङ्गाष्टकमिदं पुण्यं य पठेत् शिवसन्निधौ शिवलोकमवाप्नोति शिवेन सह मोदते।
ओम ऐं आचमनोदकं सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपिण्यै श्री शारदादेव्यै नमः। ओम ऐं स्थानार्थुदकं सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपिण्यै श्री शारदादेव्यै नमः। ओम सहस्र शीर्षा पुरुषा सहस्राक्षपात् सर्वं विश्वतो विद्यात्तिष्ठत् संगम सुगंध ओम ऐं सुगंध सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपिण्यै Sri Sharada Devi Namaha. Om Dinam Sachandana Puspam Oil Dinam Sachandana Puspam Sarvadeva Devi Sharupinai Sri Sharada Devi Namaha. Om Dinam Sachandana Tripatram Sarvadeva Devi Sharupinai Sri Sharada Devi Namaha. Om Esho Drupaha Esho Deepaha Om Esho Deepaha Sarvadeva Devi Sharupinai Sri Sharada Devi Vedanta. Sarvadeva Devi Sharupinai Sri Sharada Devi Namaha. Om Idam Sop Pranam Hindikam Sarvadeva Devi Sharupinai God is like
Bhairavarupata, 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 Shiva. Bhairavarupata, 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 Shiva. Bhairavarupata, 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 Shiva. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Shiva. Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Shiva. Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Shiva. Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Shiva. Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Shiva. Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Shiva. Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Shiva. Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Shiva. Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Shiva. Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Shiva. Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Shiva. Namah Shivaya. Om 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 Namah Shivaya. God is like water, all pervading everywhere, flowing in the Ganga, flowing down Shiva's hair. God is like water, all pervading everywhere, flowing the Ganga, flowing down Shiva's hair. Satchidananda, always beating in my heart. He is the whole and just a single part. Satchidananda, always beating in my heart. He is the whole, I'm just a single part. God is like water, all pervading everywhere, flowing the Ganga, flowing down Shiva's hair. God is like water, all pervading everywhere, flowing the Ganga, floating down Shiva's hair. Playing God's waters, we all merge into the sea, where we are one, ever pure and ever free. Playing God's waters, we all merge into the sea, where we are one, ever pure and ever free. Where we are one, ever pure and ever free. Where we are one, ever pure and ever free.
Chiturmukha Viniyogaha. Om Brahmadevaya Rishaye Namaha. Om Pankti Chandase Namaha. Om Ishanaya Devatavi Namaha. Om Om Nang Tat Purushaya Namaha. Om Mang Aghoraya Namaha. Om Sing Saddha Jataya Namaha. Om Mang Mama Devaya Namaha. Om Yang Ishanaya Namaha. Om Stang Sting Stiro Bhava Javat Pujang Karamyam. Om Nang Tat Purushaya Namaha. Mang Aghoraya Namaha. Om Sing Siddha Jataya Namaha. Mang Mama Devaya Namaha. Yang Ishanaya Namaha. Om Stang Sting Stiro Bhava Javat Pujang Karamyam. Om Angustabhyang Namo Nang Tajinibhyang Swamang Madhvam Masat Sing Anamikabhyang Bang Kuristabhyang Bhushadiyang Kartalabhistabhyang Astayapad Om Hridaya Namo Nang Shirasi Swamang Sikha Vibhushat Sing Kavachay Hung Bang Netratai Bhushadiyang Kartalabhistabhyang Astayapad. Om Namah Shivaya. 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 Om Dhait Nityang Maheshang Rajati Girinivam Charu Chandravatang Ratna Kalpojjalangang Parasumigo Varaviti Hastang Prasannam Padmasinang Samantad Stiltam Amaraganair Bhaktikirting Vasanam Vishwadang Vishayam Nikhilavayarang Panchavekram Trinetram Karpura Gaurang Karunavataram Sangsara Sarang Bhujagendra Haram Sada Vasantam Hridayaruvinde Bhavang Bhavani Svaitang Namami Kailasapitha Sarasan Namaste Bhaktaishchananda Divisodvamanam Bhaktartidava Nalamaprameyam Daitummalingito Vishwarupam. May I meditate ever on the great Lord Shiva. His body is as white as snow, and on his forehead shines the soft crescent moon. With one hand he makes the sign which dispels fear. With the other hand he is bestowing blessings. He is seated on the lotus of the heart. Gods, angels, and immortal beings are chanting his praises. He is the Alpha and Omega of this universe. He is the dispeller of fear from the heart of all. Om Chit Padmam Ashanam Dadyat Sasara Chutamritai Adyang Sharanayor Dadyat Manastu Argang Nivedai Mritena Chavaniyam Snaniyam Tena Chasmitam Akashatattam Vastrang Syat Gandhasyat Gandhatattakam Chittang Prakalpait Deepam Dhupam Pranan Prakalpait Tejastattvam Deepartham Naivedyam Syat Sudam Buddhi Anahato Dhanir Ganta Vayu Tattam Chachamanam Sahasraram Bhavit Satram Shabdatattam Chakitakam Nityam Milya Karmani Chanchalam Manasastatha Mekhalang Padmamalam Pushpang Nana Vidham Tatha Amayadrir Bhava Pushpe Archayet Bhava Gosharam Amayam Manahankaram Aragam Madri Muhammadam Tatha Mohakam Madam Mancha Adeshu Akshobhako Tatha Amatsarya Malu Vancha Dasa Pushpam Vidurbudha Ahimsa Param Pushpam Pushpam Indriya Nigraha Daya Pushpam Sama Pushpam Jnana Pushpam Chapanchamam Iti Panchadasai Bhava Pushpai Sampujayet Shivam.
god is dancing. Round his waist a serpent glitters, and on his brow the moon is shining. From his neck hangs a garland of skulls as Shiva dances in ecstasy of self. Lo, the great god is dancing. Master of yoga, the trident's wielder, his flaming locks have filled the sky. 7 worlds play the rhythm as the trembling earth sways near to dissolution. Lo, the great god is dancing. Round his waist a serpent glitters, and on his brow the moon is shining. From his neck hangs a garland of skulls as Shiva dances in ecstasy of self. Lo, the great god is dancing. Shiva, all destroyer, Lord of creation. Lo, the great god is dancing. Lo, the great god is dancing. Lo, the great god is dancing. Lo, the great god is dancing.
কাল দিয়ে হয়ে গেছে পিঠ পূজা ফুল আছে ফুল লাগবে আছে let me finish this then let's see enough that's good. Okay. Bularam. Can you say? Adana Sakta. Om Iti Adana Sakta no. Om Iti Sri Pidittai no.
Kurmai.
Om Iti Sri Kurmai no.
Ananta.
Om Iti Anantai no.
Prithivya.
Om Iti Pidittai no.
Sudhamri.
Om Iti Sudhamridai no.
Manidvipa.
Om Iti Manidvipa no. Om Iti
Chintamani Kahaya.
no.
Parijata.
Parijata no. Om Iti
Kalpavriksha.
Kalpavriksha no. Om Iti
Manivedikaye.
Manivedikaye no.
Ratna Singhasana.
no.
Manipithaya.
Manipithaya no. Om Iti
Munibhyo.
Manibhyo namaha.
Devibhyo.
Devibhyo namaha.
Dharmaya.
Om Iti Dharmaya no.
Jnanaya.
Om Iti Jnanaya no.
Vairagyam.
Iti Vairagaya no.
Aishwaryam.
Om Iti Shvishwarjaya no.
Adharmaya.
Iti Adharmaya no.
Ajnanaya.
Iti Ajnanaya no.
Avairagyam.
Om Iti Aviragaya.
Anaishwaryam.
Om Ishwarjaya no. Iti
Ang Anantaya.
Om Anantaya no.
Pang Padmaya.
Pang Padmaya no.
Anandakandaya.
no.
Samdhinnalaya.
Om Samdhinnalaya no.
Pratimaya Patribhyo.
Pratimaya Kesharibhyo no.
Pratimaya Patribhyo.
Pratimaya Patribhyo no.
Vikarmaya Kesharibhyo.
Vikarmaya Kesharibhyo no.
Tattvamaya Karikaya.
Tattvamaya Kurnikaya namaha.
Ang Arkamandalaya.
Dvadasakalatmane namaha.
Om Somandalaya.
Om Somandalaya.
Shodasakalaya.
namaha. Om
Chatushpe, Mangvakti Mandalaya
Dashakalatmani
Samsatvaya
Sangshaktaya Namo Etikanduspe
Rangrajate
Rajashe Namo Om Etikanduspe Tamashe Namo
Ang Atmani
Etikandusang Atmani Namo
Ang
Antaratmani Namo
Pang Paramatmani
Om Etikandusang Pang Paramatmani Namo
Kri
Om Etikanduspe
Jnanatmani
Jnanatmani Namo Om Etikanduspe
Vamadevaya
Vamadevaya Namo
Jo
Jesto
Jeshtaya Namo Jeshtaya Namo
Nandinani Angavre Mayano Jayano Vishudani Vijayano ও আর পরে আসছে নাকি ঠিক আছে জাস্ট এনিমো
হ্যাঁ
হ্যাঁ বলো
রৌদ্রাই নমো
রুদ্রাই নমো
কাল্যাই নমো
ভেঙে দেবো কাল্যাই নমো
কলবিকারণ্যায়
কলবিকারণায় নমো
কলবিকারিণ্যায়
কলবিকারিণ্যই নমো
বলবিকারিণ্যায় নমো
ওম এতিকান্তস্যে বল বিকারিণ্যই নমঃ
বলপ্রমথিন্যায়
ওম এতিকান্তস্যে বল প্রমথনায় নমঃ
বলপ্রমথিন্যায়
প্রমিতন্যই নমঃ ওম এতিকান্তস্যে
সর্বভূত
দমনায় নমঃ
मनोमन्याय
नमो एतिकान्तस्যে
नमो ओम नमो भगवते सकल गुणात्म शक्ति युक्ताय अनंताय योग पीठात्मने
योग पीठात्मने
करण्यात्म
Om Angustabang Nang Tajini Bang Swamang Madhumang Basat Sing Anamika Begun Bankunista Bang Ushati Yang Kartal Vista Bang Astipod Yom Hidaya Namo Nang Shirase Swaha Mang Shikavi Bushat Sing Kavachai Hum Wang Nektatai Bushati Yang Kartal Vista Bang Astipod That's it. Sivedhana. Om Dhai Nityang Maheshang Rajatagiriniਭং Charuchandravatangsang Ratnakalpujjalangang Parasumigo Arabhitiyostam Prasannam Padmashinang Samantatstutamamraganair Vyakrukitting Vasanam Vishwadam Vishwabijam Niklavayharang Panchabhaktram Trinetram Karpura Gaurang Karunavataram Sangsarasaram Bhujagendraharam Sada Vasantam Hridayarubinde Bhavang Bhavani Saitang Namami Vailasapitha Sanamadhya Sangasthang Bhaktaishchanandya Divishebhamanam Bhaktartidava Nalamaprameyam Dhyayetu Maling Ito Vishwarupam
Some
आनन्दसौरभं पुष्पं विज्जताम् ॐ नमः शिवाय तानि सचन्दनपुष्पाणि ॐ नमः शिवाय नमः ईशानाय शिवाय नमः ईशानाय शिवाय नमः हीनं क्रियाहीनं मन्त्रहीनं यदर्चितं मया निवेदितं भक्ता परिपूर्णं तदस्तु मे कर्मणा मनसा वाचा तत्तदन्नगतिर्ममन्तश्चारिण भूतानां दष्टात्तं जय श्री गुरु महाराज जी की जय, जय महामाई की जय, जय स्वामी जी महाराज जी की जय, जय राजा महाराज जी की जय, जय श्री काशी विश्वनाथ महादेव की जय.
Hara Hara. You say boom boom. Hara Hara. Boom boom. Hara Hara. Boom boom. Hara Hara. Boom boom. Now there will be a talk on Shiva in the greenhouse living room by Swami Sarvadeva Manda.
Oh, no, I just but happy to okay to someone. And then leave it there. You can have something.
No, you haven't taken anything from Mangeshwar.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you have to take it. Okay. This is take it. Yeah. Ishanaya. Shivaya. You know Shivaya? Shivaya, Ishanaya, Shivaya.
You can start taking, not the glass plate, everything else.
Perfect peace, perfect blissfulness, and undivided mental disturbance. So he always remains in his composure. You know that story goes that Ganga, Mother Ganga, say the earth was to purify the earth. Bhagirath went to bring Mother Ganga from the heaven. But Mother Ganga will come. But who will be able to hold the torrential force of the Mother Ganga's flow? A Puranic story tells us like that. Who can withstand that tremendous force of the fall of the what you call the Mother Ganga's water falling from in the heaven, from heaven to earth? We think it is the heaven. And who will do? So everyone is scared about. So Shiva then agreed, and in his matted lock, then the Mother Ganga is held in the mother. That's why it's called Ganga, Fena, Asita. Some stop there. They say that is holding the Ganga in the head, the all purity. The image of Shiva is conceived that matted lock, tiger skin. Tiger skin also means that is a control over the tiger. That means animalistic nature control. He rides a bull, it's called a Nandi, and carries a trident. And ghosts like Bringi and Nandi, they will be attendant to him. And Shiva is also worshipped to also in the stone image and stone symbol. Shiva is the ultimate guru of all. Every tradition, Jnana Yogi, Bhakti Yogi, Bhakti also believe Vishnu, but ultimately they also worship by the Shiva, Raja Yogi, Karma Yogi, etc. And also we have a tremendous connection. We find that with the Sri Ramakrishna's life, we find much similarity, some symptom. Khudiram and Chandra, present Ramakrishna, were devoted to Shiva. Their parents both were devoted to Shiva. And also Khudiram once went to the south and went to Kasi and Rameswaram. And he brought one Shiva emblem, so Rameshwar Shiva. So Rameshwar, he bought that Shiva Linga and is worshipped even till now in their traditional family. And this is so much love the Shiva worship has, Ramakrishna's father had, that when he was going to some place to visit some of the family members, he had moved several hours, maybe 1 hour or 1.5 hour walking. He find a beautiful bell leaf, unusually available in that off season. And he started seeing that he got so Khudiram, Ramakrishna's father, so excited. So he forgot about his plan of going and anything. He started plucking the flowers and then came back with a fresh flower to home again 6, 7, how many, 2, 3 hours walking and back, and then take a deep in the pond, and then started his puja and finished the puja and stayed overnight, and again started his journey for which he was destined to go. Then we see next day. So it shows that how much Shudiram used to love that Shiva, Lord Shiva. That is a tradition in their family also. And also we know that Shiva, Ramakrishna is born how? Two simultaneous things happen. One is Ramakrishna's father went to Gaya and had the vision of Lord Narayana. And here mother was standing before the Shiva temple. Still the temple is there. And then she suddenly felt that a beam of light, coming out of the Shiva and is entering into her. And she felt that somebody has entered. And that is the birth of Sri Ramakrishna. So you can say Ramakrishna is Shiva, that's why in one sense. And also is Vishnu also. But here we are talking about Shiva to emphasize that side. And also, it is called the Linga, Lingodbhava. Shiva is always, it is a sign, symbol, sign. But it is that this Linga is Shiva Linga, is worshipped everywhere. And we find that the first story of Swami Sri Ramakrishna born, he was when after birth, the mother, the nurse was taking care of mother, and after that he does not find where the baby gone. Gada is not found anywhere. He has slipped into the oven in Indian hearth. It is under the ground. Under the ground means just below the level of the ground. So, and he is slipped inside, and all body is smeared with ashes, and he is perfectly calm and serene. And then he was discovered, and like Shiva smears ashes all over, symbol of total renunciation. Shiva is that's why ideal. Shiva is ideal because Swami Vivekananda said, no, the renunciation and service is the national ideal of India. So Shiva stands for that. Service and renunciation. Total renunciation, total detachment. At the same time, he can give his life for the good of others. That's why he is called Nilakantha. His throat is become blue. Drinking, there is the struggle of finding the what is called the nectar. So to find the nectar, the gods and demons, they wanted to get, everyone wants to get the nectar. But who will take the poison? When it was nectar, it's a mythical story like that. That's a stone, the grinding stick through which you can churning rod. That was the Himalaya. Entire Himalaya was the churning rod. And now, what is rope should be there to churn, no? So one side, God stood on this side and demons stood on that side. So there will be churning, will be done. But what is the rope? What will be such a big rope and powerful rope so that it does not tear out? So they found that what is the Basuki? It is called a Basuki, is the name of the snake. And the big Basuki holds the earth. It is the Hindu mythology. He is holding on his head the whole earth. That's why it is a belief even when earthquake happens, the Basuki is rocking his head. So now Basuki has been agreed, okay, we want to make you both the gods and the demons approached Basuki. So you have to help us because you want to have the churning of the ocean. The Amrit nectar will come, and that will be good for the world and for us also. And now, when this was churned, the Basuki snake, so much churning, naturally this poison came out. No? Now, nectar is one side, but poison is also there. So who will drink the poison? So all the gods and demons all approached. Oh Shiva, you please handle it. We cannot handle, we will die. So Shiva drank that. That's why, and he held it in the neck. That's why it is called the blue neck. So it is a sign of tremendous sacrifice, not thinking of his anything own, but for the good of others. He is Parahito. We chant every day, Parahito Karunaya, for doing good to others. He is totally dedicated, and he can do any prana vicheda, and he can even kill himself to serve others. So that's a wonderful ideal, and that's why Shiva stands for that ideal to Indian people for thousands of years. And that is the, if you say what is the India's beauty, that is the beauty of India underlying the political and other things. If you go to temples, anywhere you go today, millions and millions of people all over, from north to south and east to west, Shiva temple is packed with people. No? And they will go and offer simple Om Namah Shivaya. What is the greatness in that? It is a culture which has developed. The ideal is the renunciation, what Swamiji says, and service idea. So Gadadhar, we all know, he was, when he was 9 years old, they wanted in Shiva night, there is a faith that you have to not only fast, but you are also to wake up whole night. You cannot sleep. So in traditional India, the people can do and meditation, a few people can do. But what for the masses? So they will have some open stage theatre. In old days, open stage theatre, 4 sides people can see, and then check the theme. And this performance will be some religious performance. So it was Shiva night. So the group of people thought that we will have that Shiva and acting on Shiva and the Shiva's episodes. This story is to be depicted. And he was called. And who will be that? That boy who would have been the Shiva, he fell sick. So everyone then discussed, a Godai is there, and a young Ramakrishna. He is very good at acting. So he will be the best person, let us bring him. And actually he was asked, and he was ready. And he came, and he was dressed like, all like a Shiva, smearing this, ashes and this and that, trident in the hand. And as soon as he entered into the stage, he went into such a Shiva mood. He went into Samadhi and he fell down. And when he fell down, as in the village, they thought, oh my God, what has happened? So all their play is now gone into ruin. So they have then carried him to his home, and he remained in this mood that day and 3 days more. Also here is a supporting similarity we can find, that after 3 days, see today is Shiva Ratri, and after 3 days is Ramakrishna's birthday. We are celebrating on Sunday, that is not the point, but actually Tithi, the lunar calendar. So today is 14, no? 14, then Purnima and first and second. After 3 days, Ramakrishna was born on the same, after 3 days only. So Shiva is entered into mother and then is born just with the connection with the Shiva, almost exactly, not almost 3 days exactly, how it matches. Anyhow, that's why sometimes we think that Shiva, Ramakrishna is Shiva. And then he went into that Samadhi and remained 3 days almost unconscious like that. So as if he is reborn as Ramakrishna. We can just, this is our calculation, what we know about what has happened. But this is to talk about something. So we are talking. And Swami, and he is called different, there is a story about what I read, I forgot, here is here. While Dakshineshwar, one day, Sri Ramakrishna was reciting Shiva Mahimna Stotra. That is very famous, no? That, oh Lord Shiva, your glory no one can finish writing. If Mother Saraswati herself takes a pen, and what is the pen? Pen will be not ordinary pen, it blunt, it top tip will be blunt. So you should have the Parijata Vriksha, the heavenly tree. And then what should be the ink? You need much ink to write many things. Our small ink pot we used to use in our childhood. So he said, what will be the ink? Ink will be the whole, the ocean. Ocean will be the ink. Baba. And tablet, powder, ink powder, that will be the Himalayas. Himalayas melting down. So that with that ink, if Mother Saraswati starts writing on the page, this page is too small. So the surface of the earth is the page. And Mother Saraswati goes on writing the glory of Lord Shiva. Ages together, all through her life, she will never be able to finish. So this was this verse in the Shiva Mahimna. Ashita giri shamangshat kajjalang sindhu patre surataru varolekha grahani patra murvi grihitya jodi grihitva sarada sarvakalam tadapi tava mahimanam isha parang na jane. Oh, even Mother Saraswati starts and rise, who has the wisdom, full of wisdom. Even she tries whole life, she will not be able to. You are so glorious. So Sri Ramakrishna one day was in the Dakshineshwar 12 temples, and he went into one of the temples, still there, the same temple, and he embraced Lord Shiva and started singing this story, and that's this song, this chant, and would go, your glory none can comprehend, and saying so, he climbed on the Shiva. Sri Ramakrishna's behavior is very, because he is not in his mood. He climbed and embraced and climbed, and all there becoming, and he lost his outer consciousness. After chanting this, he lost like that. And then there is a big commotion. The local priests who are around, see what this crazy pagal is doing. He is just climbing on the Lord Shiva. What audacity! They were trying to pull him down and beat him. But Mathur Babu was somewhere. He found a big commotion going on. He said, what is going on? So instead of asking anybody, he came straight forward and saw Sri Ram in an ecstatic mood, and this commotion is going on with the priests. They will beat him. It is polluting the deity, how a man can sit on the Lord Shiva. But anyhow, Mathur Babu had a great reverence for Sri Ramakrishna. He simply said, who has the courage to touch Baba, let me see. His head will be chopped down now. Threatened him, and everyone got scared, and they didn't believe that the landlord is just behind them. So that is his connection with Sri Ramakrishna. We can find much more similarities, and this is the idea. I think that is the idea. We should take it from Shiva's ideal. Everything can be control, self-control, dedication, service, and only for the good of others. So that is the Shiva's. So we will have, our time is up, and then second was our Shiva Prana Mataji will be speaking here, and the third was Swami Chit Brahmananda will be speaking about Shiva and stories and things like whatever. So we'll share with you. So I have to say something. This is called Vaidyanatha. Vaidyanatha, Shiva has very different name. Another name is Vaidya. Vaidya means doctor. And Natha is the lord of all doctors, and the biggest doctor, greatest doctor. Why Shiva is called greatest? And there is a holy place where Ramakrishna went there, and he sat there, seeing the hungry people. He told Mathur Babu, I am not going anywhere. You have to feed all of them people. Huh? Mathur Babu said, thousands of people are there hungry. I have to feed them. He said, condition. You have to feed them, give one set of cloth and some rupee and all this demand. And Mathur Babu said, no, we are going to pilgrimage. But I don't care for you. I am not going anywhere. I will sit here. And that was in Vedanta here. And he sat, and actually Mathur Babu had to yield, bring more money and feed everyone sumptuously, all the hungry people, and give them cloth. So what about the speciality of this place? Vaidya is the doctor. He is the Natham, is the Lord of all doctors. That means he is the greatest doctor. So what is the greatest disease? Ramakrishna says our disease is worldliness. So what is the greatest disease? Greatest worldliness. We forget God, we forget our life purpose, and so Shiva is the greatest Lord, doctor, who heals our worldly disease of worldliness. Actually, that's the story that Shiva, actually Ramakrishna saw, that Shiva is in the cremation ground in Benares. Shiva is coming to his dead soul, and he is whispering the name, and mother is untying. So Shiva, that's why people go to die in Shiva Kshetra, the place of Shiva. That Shiva place is where? Benares. Only on this belief, and Thakur, it is not a belief only, but Sri Ramakrishna saw that, and his mystic vision. So these are tremendous impact in India because of this, and he is the real redeemer. That's why Shiva only frees us from all bondage, worldliness. And with easily, as I said, you give little water and little leaf and say Om Namah Shivaya, then you will say, my God, he is a great devotee. There is a story, I won't go to that story. Jai Ma. Thank you all for coming. After a long time we see the faces like this, though covered, but it will go away soon probably, we expect. But anyhow, we are very happy to see you all. And don't go away, take some prasad, otherwise who will eat? Jai Ma. Thank you. Oh, but you take something, don't go. Who can take care of it? So you can take her. Take her, and you also eat some prasad. Because she really wants to eat. So you can.
So very nice to see you.
Om Namah Shivaya. That's a Jai Ma will go to
Got two highs, one on either side. I never got it together. Barely practiced by myself. It's working so much. Yes, yes indeed. Okay. How you been hanging in?
push everything forward 10 minutes? Shall we push things forward?
Maybe
You okay?
we may finish. Let us see.
Okay. If anyone wants to enjoy the prasad, there's prasad from the first watch in the dining room of the White House. Keep it here or on that side?
Take it back. Take it. What are you
No. I think I have everything. Oh, Joe. Back in 2 minutes. He's taking the.
Yeah, he will. Om Haraya Namo. Om Haraya Namo. Om Haraya Namo. Om Maheshwaraya Namo. Shiva Majjidu. Om Pushpataye Namo. Om Pushpataye Namo. Pushpataye Namo. Pushpataye Namo. Pushpataye Namo. Pushpataye Namo. Om Shulapani Om Shulapani Supratiஷ்ഠோ Bhava. Om Shulapani Supratiஷ்ഠோ Bhava. Om Om Yamba त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनात् मृत्युर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् ॐ तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्रप्रचोदयात् मम घोरेभ्यो घोरेभ्यो घोरतरेभ्यो सर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते अस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यो ॐ सद्यजातं प्रपद्यामि शुद्धजाताय वै नमः भवे भवेति भवे भजस्व मां भवोद्भवाय नमः ॐ वामदेवाय नमो ॐ ज्येष्ठाय नमो ॐ रुद्राय नमो ॐ कलाय नमो ॐ बलविकरणाय नमः कलविकरणाय नमः ॐ बलप्रमथनाय नमः ॐ सर्वभूतदमनाय नमः ॐ कालाय नमः कलविकरणाय नमः बलविकरणाय नमः बलप्रमथनाय नमः सर्वभूतदमनाय नमः मनोन्मनाय नमः ॐ ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां ॐ ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो ॐ शिवो मे अस्तु सदा शिवो ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ पीठो ह्रीं पीठशक्तिभ्यो नमः ॐ ह्रीं देवताभ्यो नमः ॐ नमः शिवाय इत्यस्य मन्त्रस्य वामदेव ऋषि गायत्री पंक्तिच्छन्द ईशानदेवता चतुर्वर्गसिद्धये विनियोगः
Guru Ganesha Puja হয়েছে
গুরু গণেশ করতে হবে
First you have to do Guru Puja, Ganesha Puja.
তাহলে আবার যেতে হবে
Guru, play for Guru, play for Ganesha.
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা
Sorry.
গুরু গণেশ আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে ওং গাং ওং স্টাবেং নমো গিং তর্জনিভ্যাং সোয়া গুং মধ্যমাং বাসট গোয়িং অনামিকাভ্যাং ওং গোয়িং কুন স্টাবেং ভূষট গহ করতল বিষ্টাবেং আস্তায় ফট গাং হৃদয় নমো গিং শিরসে স্বাহা গুং শিখাই ভূষট গোয়িং কবচায় গোং নেতৃত্বায় ভূষট গহ করতল বিষ্টাবেং আস্তায় ফট ওম ब्रह्मानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं दण्डातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्तमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि ॐ सद्गुरुं तं नमामि ॐ ऐं येषगन्धो श्रीगुरवे नमः ॐ ऐं येषगन्धो श्रीगुरवे नमः ॐ नीलं साचन्दनपुष्पं श्रीगुरवे नमः ॐ इदं साचन्दनविल्लभक्तं श्रीगुरवे नमः ॐ सुधूपः श्रीगुरवे नमः
Hi.
Pushpam Tambulam Sri Gurave Namaha. Om Ishram Sartadina Patpushpangiri Sri Gurave Namaha. Om Khandamandalakarang Vyaktam Yena Characharam Tatpadam Dashitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Om Gangung Gustavang Ging Tajani Bank Swagum Madama Bank was it going on a makeup bank home? Gong Konista Bank Boshat Gah Kartalabista Bank Astripot Gang Vidayano Sirasi Swagum Sikai Boshat going Kavachai Hung Gong Nectar Boshat Gah Kartalabista Bank Astripot Om Karbang Stulatunum Gajendra Vadanam Lambodam Sundaram Prashannan Madagandhalubdhamodhupo Gayalodo Gandhastalam Gantaghatu Vidaritori Rudri Sindura Shobhakaram Vande Srila Shuta Sutam Ganapatim Siddhi Pradam Kamanam. Om Gam Nishugandho Sri Gurave Namaha. Hey Gam Gam Ganeshaya Namaha. Gam Nishugandho Gam Ganeshaya Namaha.
Yeah, I'm ready. Start? Okay.
Gam Idam Sachandana Pushpam Gam Ganeshaya Namaha.
Om Namo Hirannavahave Hirannavarnaya Hirannarupaya Hirannapataye Ambikapataye Umapataye Pashupataye Namo Namaha. Om Bhurbhuvaswaha. Om Namo Shambhave cha Mayo Bhave cha Namo Shankaraya cha Mayashkaraya cha Namo Shivaya cha Shivataraya cha. Om Tatpurushaya Vidmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudra Prachodayat. Om Namaste Astu Bhagavan Vishesharaya Mahadevaya Trayambakaya Tripurantakaya Trikagni Kalaya Kalagni Rudraya Neelakanthaya Mrityunjayaya Sarvesharaya Sadashivaya Sriman Mahadevaya Namaha. Nagendraharaya Trilocanaya Bhasmangaragaya Mahesharaya Nitaya Shuddhaya Digambaraya Tasmai Nakaraya Namah Shivaya Mandakini Salila Chandana Charchitaya Nandishara Pramathanatha Mahesharaya Mandara Pushpa Bahu Pushpa Shupujitaya Tasmai Makaraya Namah Shivaya Shivaya Gauri Vadanabjabala Suryaya Dakshadharana Shakaya Srinilakantaya Vrishadhajaya Tashmai Shikaraya Namah Shivaya Vashishta Kumbhodbhava Gautamarya Munindra Devarchita Shekharaya Chandarka Vaishya Naralocanaya Tasmai Vakaraya Namah Shivaya Jaggasarupaya Jatadharaya Pinakahastaya Sanatanaya Dipaya Devaya Digambaraya Tasmai Akaraya Namah Shivaya Panchaksharamidam Punnam Yo Pathet Shiva Sannidhau Shivalokamobapnoti Shivena Saha Modate.
Guru Vanase. Om Namo Shivaya Tegandos Om Shivaya Namaha. Om Yetegandos Om Sri Suryaya Namaha. Om Yetegandos Om Namo Narayana Namaha. Om Yetegandos Om Ring Jai Durga Vai Namaha. Om Yetegandos Om Agnaye Namaha. Om Yetegandos Adityadi Namo Prabhu Namaha. Om Yetegandos Om Indradi Dasudi Kopale Bho Namaha. Om Yetegandos Kalyadi Dasoma Vidya Bho Namaha. Om Yetegandos Om Asadi Dasavatari Bho Namaha. Om Yetegandos Sarve Bhadevi Bho Namaha. Om Yetegandos Sarva Bhadevi Bho Namaha. Om Yetegandos Makaradi Panchasat Barne Bho Namaha. Om Yetegandos Makaradi Panchasat Barne Bho Namaha. তারপরে Makaradi Pratipadari Tithi Bho Namaha. Om Yetegandos Krishna Pakshaya Namaha. Om Yetegandos Om Shukla Pakshaya Namaha. Om Yetegandos Om Amavashavai Namaha. Yetegandos Om Purnimavai Namaha. Om Yetegandos Shivaneshwara Shivaya Namaha. Om Namah Shivaya Ittasya Mantrasya Vamadeva Rishi Pankti Chandeshana Devata Chaturvarga Siddhaye Dipinnas Viniyogaha Om Vamadevaya Rishaye Namaha Om Namaha Om Ishanaya Devatavi Namaha. Mass. Om Nang Tat Purushaya Om Nang Tat Purushaya Namaha Om Mang Ahuraya Namaha Om Sing Shuddhajataya Namaha Om Bang Vamadevaya Namaha Om Yang Ishanaya Namaha Om Sang Sting Sthiro Bhavajavat Pujang Karami Ham Om Nang Tat Purushaya Namaha Om Mang Ahuraya Namaha Om Sing Shuddhajataya Namaha Om Bang Vamadevaya Namaha Om Yang Ishanaya Namaha Om Angustabhyang Namo Nang Tarjunibhyang Swaha Mang Madhyamabhyang Gashat Singanamikabhyang Hum Bang Kanishtabhyang Bhushat Yang Karatalabhishtabhyang Astraya Pat Om Hridayaya Namo Nang Shirasi Swaha Mang Shikavi Bhushat Sinkavachaya Hum Bang Netrattaya Bhushat Yang Karatalabhishtabhyang Astraya Pat Om Namah Shivaya 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 Om Namostu Sthanubhutaya Jyotirlingamritadmane Chaturmurti Vapushchaya Pashirangaya Sambhave Om Namoste Ustu Sthanubhutaya Jyotirlingamritadmane Chaturmurti Vapushchaya Pashirangaya Sambhave Om Namostu Sthanubhutaya Jyotirlingamritatmane Chaturmurti Vapushchaya Bhashitangaya Sambhave. Om Dhait Nityang Maheshang Rajatagirinivam Charuchandravatam Shang Ratna Kalpujjalangam Parashumego Viti Hastang Kushanam Parmashinam Samantat Dutamamaraganai Natrukitting Bashanam Vishwadam Vishwabijam Nikhilavayaharam Panchavakram Trinetram Karpura Gaurang Karunavataram Sangsarasaram Bhujagendraharam Sada Vasantam Hridaya Binde Bhavang Bhavani Sahitam Namami Kailasa Sanamadhya Sangastham Bhaktishchanandya Divisebhyamanam Bhaktartidavanalamaprameyam Jaitu Malingito Vishwarupam. Padmavasanam Ladhya Sasarachutamritai पाद्यं चरणयोर्दद्यात् मनस्त्वर्गं
उसका बेड़ा पार हुआ। शिव शंकर को जिसने पूजा उसका ही उद्धार हुआ। काल को भवसागर उसका बेड़ा पार हुआ। बोले शंकर की पूजा करो, ध्यान चरणों में इसके धरो। महादेव शिव शंभो, हर हर महादेव शिव शंभो, हर हर महादेव शिव शंभो। डमरू वाला है जग में दयालु बड़ा, दिन दुखियों का दाता जगत का पिता। डमरू वाला है जग में दयालु बड़ा, दिन दुखियों का दाता जगत का पिता। सबको करता है ये भोला शंकर दया, सबको देता है ये आसरा। इन पावन चरणों में अर्पण एक बार हुआ। इन पावन चरणों में अर्पण आकर जो एक बार हुआ। उसका बेड़ा पार हुआ। शिव शंकर को जिसने पूजा उसका ही उद्धार हुआ। शिव शंकर को जिसने पूजा उसका ही उद्धार हुआ। अंत काल को भवसागर उसका बेड़ा पार हुआ। बोले शंकर की पूजा करो, ध्यान चरणों में इसके धरो। हर हर महादेव शिव शंभो, हर हर महादेव शिव शंभो, हर हर महादेव शिव शंभो, हर हर महादेव शिव शंभो। नाम ऊंचा है सबसे महादेव का, नाम ऊंचा है सबसे महादेव का। वंदना इसकी करते हैं सब देवता, इसकी पूजा से वरदान पाते हैं सब, शक्ति का दान पाते हैं सब। नाग असुर प्राणी सर सब भोले की उपकार हुआ। नाग असुर प्राणी सब पर ही भोले की उपकार हुआ। अंत काल को भवसागर उसका बेड़ा पार हुआ। बोले शंकर की पूजा करो, ध्यान चरणों में किसके धरो। शंकर को जिसने पूजा उसका ही उद्धार हुआ। शिव शंकर को जिसने पूजा उसका ही उद्धार हुआ। अंत काल को भवसागर उसका बेड़ा पार हुआ। बोले शंकर की पूजा करो, ध्यान चरणों में किसके धरो। हर हर महादेव शिव शंभो, हर हर महादेव शिव शंभो, हर हर महादेव शिव शंभो, हर हर महादेव शिव शंभो। ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय। Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Rameshwarai, Shiva Rameshwarai, Har Har Bole Namah Shivaya, Rameshwarai, Shiva Rameshwarai, Har Har Bole Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Om Gangadharai, Om Gangadharai, Har Har Bole Namah Shivaya, Om Gangadharai, Shiva Gangadharai, Har Har Bole Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Om Jatadharai, Shiva Jatadharai, Har Har Bole Namah Shivaya, Jatadharai, Shiva Jatadharai, Har Har Bole Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Someswarai, Shiva Someswarai, Har Har Bole Namah Shivaya, Someswarai, Shiva Someswarai, Har Har Bole Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Vishesharai, Om Vishesharai, Har Har Bole Namah Shivaya, Vishesharai, Om Vishesharai, Har Har Bole Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Kotesharai, Om Kotesharai, Har Har Bole Namah Shivaya, Kotesharai, Shiva Kotesharai, Har Har Bole Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Har Har Bole Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Har Har Bole Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya.
शम्भो महा साम्ब सदा शिव शम्भो महादेव साम्ब सदा शिव शङ्कर गिरिजा रमण सदा शिव शम्भो महादेव साम्ब सदा शिव शङ्कर गिरिजा रमण सदा शिव शम्भो महादेव साम्ब सदा शिव हर शिव शङ्कर सदा शिवा हर हर गङ्गे महादेवा हर शिव शङ्कर सदा शिवा हर गङ्गे महादेवा हर शिव शङ्कर सदा शिवा हर हर गङ्गे महादेवा विभूति सुन्दर बिल्वदलार्चित विश्वम्भरधर साई विभूति सुन्दर बिल्वदलार्चित विश्वम्भरधर साई शिवा सदा शिवा सदा शिवा ॐ नमः शिवाय शिवाय नमः 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 शिवाय नमः शिवाय नमः शिवाय नमः शिवाय नमः शिवाय शम्भो महादेव शम्भो महादेव शम्भो महादेव शम्भो महादेव शरणं श्रीकाళहस्तीश शम्भो महादेव शरणं श्रीकाళहस्तीश शम्भो महादेव शरणं श्रीकाళहस्तीश शम्भो महादेव शरणं श्रीकाళहस्तीश शम्भो किन्मुवन परिपाला सकलवर गुण विशाला शम्भो महादेव शरणं श्रीकाणहस्तीश शम्भो அடியேன் சின்னஞ்சிறியேன் உனக்கனந்தம் தண்டனேற்றேன் அடியேன் சின்னஞ்சிறியேன் உனக்கனந்தம் தண்டனேற்றேன் அபராதங்கள் முழுதும் க்ஷமித்தருள்வாய் கை கும்பிட்டேன் அபராதங்கள் முழுதும் க்ஷமித்தருள்வாய் கை கும்பிட்டேன் பரிவாய் உன் சொல் சிரமேற்கொண்டு பிழைக்கும் வழி தொட்டேன் பரிவாய் உன் சொல் சிரமேற்கொண்டு பிழைக்கும் வழி தொட்டேன் பேதையாகிலும் உன் பாதம் பணிந்தேன் என் பிறவியம் பவவினை தீரும் குரு பரனே கருணை கண் பாரும் சம்போ பேதையாகிலும் உன் பாதம் பணிந்தேன் என் பிறவியம் பவவினை தீரும் குரு பரனே கருணை கண் பாரும் शम्भो महादेव शरणं श्रीकाणहस्तीश शम्भो
ओम हलो पत्रो समायुक्तं कर्पूरादि सुवासितं मया निवेदितं मध्याताम्बूलं प्रतिगच्छताम्
in whom all merge again. unthought, unspoken, unbounded, profound, vast existence, ocean, pure light, never dimmed, without beginning or end, my refuge supreme, the one without a second. I bow down before thee, all-pervading glory. I bow down before thee, ever blissful and free. I bow down before thee, the goal of all yogas. I bow down before thee, the soul of the Vedas. Lord Shiva, Almighty, thy face shines with moonlight. Lord Shiva, great yogi, radiant spirit of night, thou alone illumine all worlds, light of all lights. Be gracious, be gracious, grant us peace in thy sight.
Namaste Sarvadeveso Sarvadeveso Sarvabhutahite Rato Ananta Bhoga Sampanno Ananta Asana Samastito Ananta Kanti Sambhoga Paramesha Namastute Parapara Paratito Utpatti Sthitikarako Sarvartha Sadhano Payo Isseshwara Namastute Sarvartho Nirmala Bhogo Sarva Vyadhi Vinashana Yogi Yogi Mahayogi Yogishwara Namastute.
Om Shivaya Nikhila Bhuvajana Simabanga Pradu prakalita mahimana kalpita yatra tasmin suvilangananave isha samstepyanishe mama bhavatu bhavesmin basuro bhavanna mama bhavatu bhavesmin basuro bhavanna nihata nikila mohe dishatayatra ruda prakatita parapremna yo mahadeva sanya ashitila parirambha prema rupasya yasya pranayate hriday vishvam vyajamatram vibhutam pranayati hriday vishvam vyajamatram vibhutam vahati vipulavataha purva samskara rupaha pramatati balavrindam ghurnite urmimala prachalati khalu yugmam yusmadasmat pratitam ativikalita rupam naumi chitam shivastam ativikalita rupam naumi chitam shivastam janaka janita bhavo vrittaya samskritascha aganana bahurupo yatra eko yathartah samita vikritivate yatra nanda bahischa tamaharanam ide chitta vritir nirodham tamaharanam ide chitta vritir nirodham galita timiramala shubhrateja prakasha dhavala kamala sova jnana punjatasaha yami jana hridi gamya nishkalamya pranatamavatu mamsa manaso rajahamsa pranatamavatu mamsa manaso rajahamsa duritadalana daksham daktajadata dosham kalita kalikalankam kandakararakantam parahita karanaya pranavic Natanayana-niyuktam Nilakandam Namamaha Natanayana-niyuktam Nilakandam Namamaha. May my luminous love fast. Closer. Closer.
जय श्री महाराज जी की जय, जय महामाई की जय, जय स्वामी जी महाराज जी की जय, जय राजा महाराज जी की जय, जय देवादिदेव महादेव की जय। हर 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 हर।
Now, Pravrajika Seva Prana will give a talk in the greenhouse with you.
Just a quick announcement. If anybody is parked on Vine Street behind the temple, please move your car because they will tow your car at 10 o'clock and after. Vine Street behind the table.
But that will be at 10 o'clock, so you have little time.
No, it's just half an hour. It's better to 25 minutes left. So please move your car over here.
Come.
So the word Shiva, as Swami said earlier, means auspicious. And he's also known as Mahadeva, the great god. And sometimes in the Hindu gods and goddesses, we think of Shiva as the destroyer because you have Brahma, the creator, and then Vishnu, the preserver, and Shiva is the destroyer. But for anyone who is a devotee of Shiva, he is all those things. He's also the creator. He creates the whole universe. And that actually, the Nataraj, which you see in the temple, the dancing Shiva, shows all those different aspects of Shiva. He's surrounded by a ring of fire, which is the creation, and it shows that nothing is, it all will go to ash in the end. That's one of the symbols of that. And he's dancing the dance of creation. He's standing, one foot is on a little dwarf sort of thing, and that's your ignorance. He's pushing that down. And the other foot is raised, and that's liberation. The foot that is raised symbolizes that. And he has the fearless mudra, the abhaya mudra, and he also has one that's connected with the damaru, which is a little drum. Somebody has one here. I saw it there. Anyway, and it's played by moving it back and forth, and this thing hits on each side. But that represents time. It also represents the alphabet, because all the sounds are created in the very beginning. So that the damaru, that sound, anyhow, that's what it means, sort of, or symbolically. One thing I was going to say was that when I did live in Varanasi, I used to go to the Vishwanath temple for the early morning arati every day. I used to walk down there from the ashram. And the ashram there is called Korea Hospital, or Shell. It's because it has shells all around it. And then it has the Advaita ashram on the other side and the Seva ashram on one side, and I worked in the Seva ashram in the hospital there. And actually they have a tradition that at the time of Swamiji's puja, they actually worship the patients with the idea, like Sri Ramakrishna said, of worshiping Jiva as Shiva. And so they actually go around to the ones that aren't, too sick to do it, and give garlands and offer incense and everything to the different patients in the wards to try to support that idea in the minds of the people there. They have quite a large hospital now. It's grown, actually, since I was there. Okay, now that Nataraj, back to the Nataraj, he also has a third eye, and sometimes Shiva is called Trambakam, which means having the three eyes like that. And it's supposedly that eye, if that opens up and looks at you, your ignorance gets burned. So it's a benign thing. It's actually a beautiful thing, three-eyed. And then he's also called Chandrasekhara. He wears the crescent moon on his head. There's many songs. There's one, I think someone's going to sing it later tonight, that's called Chandrasekhara, and it's really quite nice. Many songs to Shiva that are very beautiful and poetic. And usually he's shown as being covered with ashes, and Swami talked about that too. That's renunciation. And they use 3 fingers across the forehead when they give you the ash there. And he's called the one with the matted hair, Jatin. And also he's called Nilakanta, which Swami spoke about. And that was when they were churning the ocean. He talked about that with Vasuki, the snake, and the gods and the demons were churning. The first thing that came up was this poison. And so he took that and he drank it, but one story says that Parvati was there and she grabbed him around so it wouldn't go down. So that's why his throat is blue. It stayed in his throat. Nilakanta, blue-throated one. And but what he does is that he takes the poison and blesses people. So the idea is that anyone who wants to be like Shiva should take all the insults and everything else and only give blessings. And that's what he does. And he also, there's another way that he's looked at as meditating Shiva. You see images of him sitting in meditation because he is the Lord of Yoga as well. And that Swami talked about how he's the Lord of the creatures. There's another beautiful song, Pashunam Patim, that actually Jagadatri read the meaning of that. And he carries a trident. It's called a Trishula, and that shows his aspects of creator, preserver, and destroyer. And it also represents the equilibrium of all the gunas, the sattva, rajas, and tamas, because he's in total peace, and he has all the gunas are balanced in him. And that Damaru, as I said, represents time, and it also, all the letters of the alphabet come from the sound of the Damaru. And he carries Rudraksha beads, usually. And this symbolizes the mendicant life and meditation. And Nandi is supposedly his mount, but he also, often in Shiva temples, you'll have a Shiva linga and then there'll be a Nandi sitting looking at the Shiva. They're associated with each other. And I know when I lived in Varanasi, they actually had 2 beautiful white cows that were, a bull and a cow, big. And sometimes if you were very blessed, you would see one of them as you were walking around, the different ghats or different Shiva temples. There's a Vireshwar Shiva also, which is above Vishwanath, and that's where Swamiji's mother prayed. And Swamiji is considered to be also like an aspect of Shiva. He's very much Shiva. And Varanasi is the special place. And I have to say it really is. And one thing, in the early morning, sometimes when we would go, these 3 or 4 young men would come, and one would blow the conch, and one had a damaru, and everybody be standing around, chanting to Shiva. But when that happened, it was just magical, and it was around 4 a.m. That's their Mangal Arati time. And if you get down there really fast and get in, if they let you in, then occasionally these people would come and do that, and it's just thrilling, absolutely thrilling. The sound of it is beyond any description. So there's a lot of stories about Sri Ramakrishna and Shiva, and Swami said most of those. But I was going to read one little section from this that tells about when he was in Varanasi. He had a vision also. He went out on a boat in Varanasi and had a vision of Shiva in the burning grounds. Manikarnika is just above the Vishwanath temple, and that's the big burning ghat in Varanasi. And it's considered very auspicious to meditate there because it's sort of like the renunciation, total renunciation of everything. So the master told us about another of his extraordinary visions in Varanasi. Many people take a boat trip to visit the 5 holy spots in Varanasi. Manikarnika and other places nearby lie along the banks of the Ganges. And one day, Mathur took the master on this boat trip. The main cremation ground in Varanasi is near Manikarnika. There's one other really big one, Harish Chandra, where they burn bodies. One time I was there when it was so hot for so many months that people were just dying on the streets. You'd see sadhus just passed out on the streets, and they had bodies stacked at these 2 burning ghats, that they couldn't keep up with burning them. I think now they have, electric things as well as burning them. But sadhus traditionally, I had attended one of the swamis that passed away in Varanasi, and they have a traditional way of preparing the body there in the Manikarnika ghat, and then they put it onto it's kind of like a little raft or something, and they take it out into the Ganges and submerge it whole. It's not burned. The sadhus are put into the water whole in Varanasi. And you will see sometimes, a body or something just floating by, if you go meditate in Manikarnika, they're there. So one day he took him on this boat trip, and the main cremation ground is near Manikarnika. So when Mathur's boat approached the Manikarnika ghat, the air of the cremation ground was full of smoke because many bodies were being cremated on funeral pyres. The master's face expressed ecstatic joy at the sight, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He emerged from the covered part of the boat and walked over to the bow where he went into samadhi. And Mathur's guide and the boatmen all ran to catch him because they were afraid he'd fall into the water because he was unconscious, or super conscious. Let's put it that way. But they didn't need to do anything. The master remained standing, calm and motionless, with a wonderful smile on his face. The whole place appeared to be serene and holy. Mathur and Hriday stood protectively nearby but didn't touch him. In astonishment, the boatmen gazed at this extraordinary figure. When the master's ecstasy came to an end sometime later, everyone got off at Manikarnika ghat had their baths, and performed the rituals, and then returned to the boat to continue their journey. The master then described his vision to Mathur and the others. Quote, I saw a tall white figure with tawny, matted hair steadily approach each funeral pyre in turn, carefully raise each individual soul from its cast-off body, and whisper into its ear the particular name of Brahman that liberates a soul. Seated on the opposite side of the pyre, the all-powerful Divine Mother Kali untied the gross, subtle, and causal knots of bondage created by such individual souls, and sent the soul to the Absolute by opening the gates of liberation. Lord Vishwanath was blessing those souls by bestowing in an instant the experience of non-dual infinite bliss that people can attain only after ages of concentration and austerity. So he actually had a vision of people being liberated there. Holy Mother also said once that even the birds that die in Varanasi will be liberated. So the tradition is that anyone who dies in Varanasi gets instant liberation. And you may have, things that you haven't worked out yet, but they say that Kalvairuk, one of the deities around there, he will get all your karma, like comes up in one thing really fast, and you burn off the whole thing, and then you get liberated. If you still have, most of us still have things to do. So, but instead of having to be reborn again, you get to be, you get liberated at once. And yeah, Holy Mother said that even the birds that die there get liberated. And that is just about all I have to say. I don't have... Yeah, it's really... I don't know if I want to do this. Before I had read a couple of poems. There's many. So maybe I will read at least one of them.
Can I say something?
Yes.
I just read maybe a couple of days ago that a doctor was, I don't know if it was like ultrasound or some kind of X-ray or something like that, but it was at the last moments of death of this person, and all these parts of his brain lit up, and the doctor said that they thought that it was his whole life flashing in his brain or in his mind.
Yeah. I think
just found that really fascinating.
Yeah, I think that's what happens. And then you get, the whole thing goes.
Yeah.
But it'll happen in an instant instead of having to come back again and again.
90 seconds or something like that.
Yeah.
You said there was a name of Brahman that instantly liberates. Is that a secret?
Yeah, he knew which one for everybody. But I have to say, one thing that interested me very much when I went to Varanasi was that the priests all write the name of Rama on their belpatas and offer it, because Rama was a worshipper of Shiva and Shiva was a worshipper of Rama. So they're not writing Om Namah Shivaya on their little leaves, they're writing Rama and, giving them to the deity. I used to, in my room at night, I used to write Om Namah Shivaya on belpata leaves, and I'd have a little stack, and then I'd go down there with them. I'd write it with basmati, and then they'd let me go in there and give them. The first time I ever went there was wonderful, because they have this old sadhu. That man, I don't know how old he was, but he must have been way in his 90s. Anyway, he was a Bharati, the one that was there when I went. And he would sort of invoke the presence in the deity in the early morning. And anyway, they let me go in there and offer my belpata, and he took the whole stack and he put it in his water pot. And after that, I didn't have any problems at all. That was it. You know, I mean, they all just accepted me, and I got to go in when most people didn't get to. But so it was like really a blessing. And they always have somebody there. I noticed the last time I went, it's a different person because that man, he's still alive, I heard, but he's not. Can't go anywhere anymore. But there's another very elderly sadhu, and they're there for the morning Mongol arati and everything, and then they sort of sit to one side and they have some sandal paste and stuff, and if you go approach them, they'll give you a blessing, which is really wonderful. And it's very close to the Annapurna temple. It's right next door, in fact, to the Annapurna temple, so you get to go there too. There's a lot of the first there's a Ganesh, because you're always supposed to worship Ganesh first. There's a Ganesh, and then the Vishwanath temple and Annapurna temple is on the other side.
They give you the blessing because you were a nun, or they give it to the tourists?
Well, the tourists don't get in there, usually. In my time, it was kind of small. Now they revamped the whole thing, Modi, and I'm afraid to go, actually, because they've made it such a big thing. I don't know what it'll be like. Even when I went this last time that I went, which I don't remember how many years ago it was, but it had changed. But of course, the inner shrine is still the same. I mean, the Vishwanath is there, the linga. Oh, and the lingas too, there's about 12 or something there called Jyoti lingas. They're made of light, supposedly. So the whole thing is a worship really of the formless. You know, you're just getting down to the basic, and then, you know, it's all light, and consciousness is what it's really about. But I don't know if I want to go do this one.
You went not long ago. Did you go back to all these sites that you had?
I went, I don't even remember when it was, but yeah, I went to Bellarmine, of course, and stayed there. And then I have a close friend in Sardamat who actually joined in Sardamat the same year that I joined in San Francisco. So, we've been friends for a very long time. She's a Westerner. She's one of the few that has survived in India, in Sardamat. So whenever I go, we go places, we try to get together and go to the different temples. So it's really quite wonderful. But yeah, things are changing, and now I'm really, as I said, I'm kind of fearful. I want to go again, but I'm scared of what it's going to be. Big tourist thing, you know. I don't know. But when I was there were just these little back, you know, alleys you had to go up, and it was, it's near the Dashwattameta Ghat, which is one of the big ghats. But there was just a little tiny thing that you had to kind of know your way to get there. And they were strict about who they allowed to go in there. They don't. But now I think it's not so much that way. I think it is more touristy. But, oh yeah, the other thing I was going to say is that Shiva Ratri also is considered sometimes the marriage day of Parvati and Shiva at the end of it, in sort of the dawn time. And they have a real, the inner shrine is at Vishwanath at that time, anyway, was small, and the priest would just sit on one side, and not that many people could even fit in the inner shrine. And during Shiva Ratri, everybody'd be outside, you know, chanting and everything almost, you know, the whole night, and they'd be doing all these different elaborate worships with, you think our flower things or something. Theirs are fantastic, and you know, with different abhisheks that they pour on the deity and all that. But anyway, I just remember at the end they throw red powder because that was the sort of, it's supposed to be thing. And one time I knew a lot of the priests. One of them dragged me into the inner shrine at the end of that Shiva Ratri, and it was fantastic. Anyway, I got completely covered in red powder. It was really something. Anyway, I don't know, what kind of time are we?
Yeah,
It's over? Okay. All right. Good, I got out that one. All right. Om Namah Shivaya. And we're going.
Shivoham Chidananda Rupa Shivoham Shivoham Aham Nirvikalpo Nirakara Rupo Vibhudvacha Sarvatra Sarvendriyanam Nacha Sangatam Naiva Muktirna Meya Chidananda Rupa Shivoham Shivoham Chidananda Rupa Shivoham Shivoham Chidananda Rupa Shivoham Shivoham.
Surapanvan Sadajuttu Gurudarpapariddayam Tatsangsari Padudandamanga Pratyanga Pataguru Manang Raktasmas Viloshanam Kargacharmadaram Kruddam Evam Puksho Vishantai. Hum Par Swaha, Hum Par Swaha, Hum Par Swaha, Hum Par Swaha. Om Wang Hum Krong Hing Krong Yang Rang 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 Sang Sang Hum Hum Susi Shiva Devataya Prana Iho Prana. Om Hing Krong Yang Rang 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 Sang 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 Hum Hum Susi Shiva Devataya Jiva Iho Stita. Om Hing Krong Yang Rang 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 Sang 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 Hum Hum Susi Shiva Devataya Prana Iho Prana Jiva Iho Stita. Om Sarvendya Om Hing Krong Yang Rang 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 Sang 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 Hum Hum Susi Shiva Devataya Sarvendyani. Om Ang Hing Krong Yang Rang 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 Sang 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 Hum Hum Susi Shiva Devataya Bang Manas Chakshusupta Prana Prano Prana Iho Agakta Sukham Chirang Tishtantu Swaha. Om Mathimanta Subramanishi Gayatri Chandra Devata Devi Mathima Saraswati Devata Holavijani Sarasakta Bhakti Klango Sarvishnu Brahmana Rishana Gayatri Chandra Mathika Saraswati Devata Enumala Hanipal Vijay Banu Sarippa Sakti Bunavanga Bhakti Lokaya Namaha Ang Kong Kong Ang Stang Ning Chang Chang Jang Ito Jani Pang Sung Tang 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 Matawang Ing Tang 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 Pang 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 Krishna Wang Jang Rang Rang Sang Sang Rang Gang Rang Om Kong Kong Ang Hidaya Naming Chang Chang Jang 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 Shiva Shiswang Tang 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 Shiva Vijing Tang 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 Ekto Tai Sang Jang Rang Rang Sang Sang Parla Vista Bengastai Pat Om Gang Stabhang Namo Ging Tarjuni Bang Swaha Gung Madhama Bang Basit going on a make up a Gong Kanishta Bang Ushodga Kurtal Vista Bang Type Yang Hidaya Namo Ging Siva Sister Gung Sika Ushod Gung Chai Hung Nectar Tai Ushodga Kurtal Vista Bang Astai Part Om Brahmanandang Paramashugadang Kevalang Gyan
Shaladri Sankara Sagoram
Om Hing Pita Devata Om Hing Pita Shakti Bho Namaha. Om Namah Shivaya Tasya Mantrasya Bhamadeva Rishi Pankti Chandasya Shana Devata Chaturvarga Siddhaya Lipinasya Viniyogaha. Om Om Nam Tat Purushaya Vidmahi Mangaghuraya Namaha. Sing Shaddajataya Namaha Bhangmamo Devaya Namaha Yang Ishanaya Namaha. Om Nang Tit Purushaya Namo Mangaghuraya Namo Sing Shaddajataya Namo Bhangmamo Devaya Namo Yang Ishanaya Namaha. Om Stang Sting Stiro Bhav Javat Pujang Karamyaham. Om Stang Sting Stiro Bhav Javat Pujang Karamyaham. Om Angustabhyang Namo Nang Tatyanibyang Namo Mangamadhyamam. ॐ जत् भक्ति लेशु संपर्कात् परमानंद संप्लव तस्मै ते परमेशानुपद्यं शुद्धाय कल्पये ॐ एतत्पद्यं श्री शिव देवताय वामदेवाय शिवाय नमः। ॐ मन्दाकिन्नस्ति यद्वारी सर्वपापो हरं शुभं गृहाणवासमुनिं तं मया भक्त्या निवेदितम् ॐ नमः शिवाय इदं आसमुनिउदकं वामदेवाय शिवाय नमः। अर्घ দেওয়া হয়নি না? অর্ঘ ও অর্ঘই তো দিতে
স্বাগতম
দেওয়া হয়ে গেছে। ॐ ॐ दुःख दारिद्र्य शोकेन दग्धोऽहं पार्वतीप्रियो शिवरात्रौ ददामि अर्घ्यं उमाकान्त प्रसीद मे ॐ दुर्वाक्षतसमायुक्तं बिल्लपत्रं तथा परं शोभनं शङ्खपत्रस्थं गृहाणुर्घं महेश्वरो ॐ नमः शिवाय एषवर्घ वामदेवाय शिवाय नमः। वामदेवाय शिवाय नमः। एषवर्घ वामदेवाय शिवाय नमः। Starting. ॐ वामदेवाय नमः इदं आज्य स्नानीयं ॐ नमः शिवाय नमः। আর কিছু মন্ত্র নেই তো না? ॐ नमः शिवाय इदं स्थानीय उदकम् इदं स्वच्छं शुद्धं मनोहरं स्नानार्थं ते मया ॐ शिवाय इदं स्थानीय उदकं वामदेव शिवाय नमः।
ॐ सहस्रशीर्षा पुरुषः सहस्राक्षः सहस्रपात् भूमिं विश्वतो वृत्वा अत्यतिष्ठदशाङ्गुलम् ॐ अग्निमीळे पुरोहितं यज्ञस्य देवमृत्विजं होतारं रक्तधातमम् ॐ ईशे त्वर्जे त्वा वायवस्थोपायवस्थदेवो वस्तविता प्रार्पयत् विश्रेष्ठतमाय कर्मणे ॐ अग्नायाहि भीतये गृणानो हव्यदातये निहोता सत्ति बर्हिषि ॐ शं नो देवीरधिष्ठय आपो भवन्तु पीतये शंयोरभिस्रवन्तु नः।
Tishtang naiva cha maya niveditang ganhan pratigiccho bilipadam. Om Namah Shivaya Ishwagandha Vamudevaya Shivaya Namaha. Om Triyavana Sampannam Nana Guna Manoharam Ananda Suravam Puspam Vichyatamidam Uttamam. Om Namah Shivaya Vetani Sachandana Puspani. Om Vamudevaya Shivaya Namaha. Vamudevaya Shivaya Namaha.
Shashadhara Tilaka Bhava
Om Vamadevaya Shivaya Nivedayami. Om Phalapatra Samajukta Purpuradi Subhasitam Maya Nivedayam Bhatta Tambulam Prativijatam. Om Namah Shivaya Vidam Tambulam. Om Vamadevaya Shivaya Namaha. Om Turiyo Banasampannam Nanajimanoram Ananda Suravam Puspam Vichatam Yamuttamam. Om Etani Sachanana Patu Puspanjali. Om Namo Vamadevaya Shivaya Namaha. Vamadevaya Shivaya Namaha. Puspanjali Sangaya Savarnaya Sasuktiga Sapatana Sarva Shiva Swami Shivaya Namaha. Swam Sachanana Patu Puspanjali Shivaya Namaha. Sachanana Patu Puspanjali Om Turiya Banasampannam Ayatani Sachanana Patu Puspanjali Om Vamadevaya Shivaya Namaha. Would you like that? Will you keep something? Hey, do you? Wait a minute, really. Om Bhayate Gandhuspe Bhavayo Jalamuttaye Namaha. Bhayate Gandhuspe Om Rudrayo Agnimuttaye Namaha. Om Ete Gandhuspe Ugrayo Vayumuttaye Namaha.
Shiva Shiva Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Hara 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 Shambho, Hara 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 Shambho, Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Shiva Shiva Hara Shambho, Hara 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 Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Hara 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 Shambho, Hara 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 Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Shiva Shiva Hara Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Hara 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 Shambho. Shiva Shiva Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Hara 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 Shambho, Hara 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 Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Hara 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 Shambho, Hara 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 Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Hara 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 Shambho, Hara 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 Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Hara 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 Shambho, Hara 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 Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Hara 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 Shambho, Hara 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 Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Haradeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Hara 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 Shambho, Hara 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 Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Hara 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 Shambho, Hara 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 Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Mahadeva Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Shiva 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 Shambho, Hara 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 Shambho, Hara 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 Shambho. Jai Maheshwara.
जय श्री गुरु महाराज जी की जय। जय महामाई की जय। जय स्वामी जी महाराज जी की जय। जय राजा महाराज जी की जय। जय देवादिदेव महादेव की जय। हर 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 हर
It's time. Very good. Well, it was about a week ago that Swami Sarvadevananda mentioned that they needed another person to talk about Shiva. And I'm not sure that I volunteered. I don't know how it happened. Shiva is a topic, it's a person, a face of the beloved that I love to think about, but always ends in some fear or some trepidation because of that amazing purity, that amazing renunciation that he represents. And I always imagine being in that presence, the power that's involved in someone that is as completely true to integrity as someone like Shiva, that words carry a significant strength, and even having their glance can literally burn your karmas away. And I wanted to think of a way of being more familiar. I didn't want to talk about a myth or a faraway historical figure. You know, Shiva is that God of love, that God so willing to forgive 1,000 faults for just offering a leaf in devotion. Even just attempting to offer a leaf in devotion, he finds satisfaction in you. And something like that is something to take home to the heart, that there's plenty of times in our life where we're not living to the mark, where we're making wrong decisions and indulging in things that are not helpful to our development and to our growth. And we often drag those into the shrine with us, and we sit there and we, kind of looking around, and, you can't concentrate because every time you close your eyes, the word hypocrite forms in front of you, and you're really struggling along. And it's a relationship with the ideals of Shiva that can help us to know that that's not the view of the beloved, that's not the view of the divine, that the view of the divine is outside of time. So what does that mean? He doesn't see your development. He doesn't see where you are now and what you think of yourself. He sees you as that manifestation of the divine itself. He sees that divine spark. And he loves the you of you. Not many of us get the opportunity to meet a holy person who looks at you and doesn't stop at the eyes, but actually sees the soul inside. And that feeling, the first time someone speaks to your soul, bypasses your personality, bypasses your marvelous wit and your unending intelligence, and actually talks to you for the first time. It's a significant and beautiful experience. I like to think that I had that experience with Pravrajaka Mokshaprana about 22 years ago. And when I think of Shiva, that's what I think of. But I want to bring Shiva into our world. And so I'm going to read this little bit of an account from the biography of Swamiji. Whosoever knows the longing of a mother that a son shall be born to her, enters into the world where lived Bhuvaneshwari Datta, the wife of Vishwanath Datta. In common with mothers the world over, she longed for a son to carry on the family tradition, to be the link forged out of the materials of love and suffering between the future and the past. As she went about her daily tasks, she prayed silently that her desire might be fulfilled. I highlighted that line because I love that notion of going through your daily practice, your daily routine, whatever it is, and making that holy by thinking of the beloved, by offering what you're doing. That's the whole essence of karma yoga. It's what gives a cubicle meaning. It's what gives an office an atmosphere, is to have the idea of the beloved in your mind as you do your daily task, and that you share the pinings of your heart, whatever they might be, whether they're necessarily holy or not. I think that the beloved is more interested in the sincerity of a prayer, and a prayer of sincerity is a prayer of honesty, straightforwardness. So she wanted a son, and so she prayed for that son. And that son born out of love and suffering. That's the statement of all marriage. Born out of love and suffering. Now it was customary in those days, and still is, for one living a long distance from Varanasi, who was in dire need, or desirous that some special event should come to pass, to make offerings and sacrifices to Shiva through any relatives or friends who might be residents of Varanasi. So Bhuvaneshwari Devi wrote to an old aunt of the Datta family in Varanasi and asked her to make the necessary offerings and prayers to Vireshwar Shiva, that a son might be born to her. When word came that that this was being done, she was content to wait in perfect assurance that the prayers would be answered. Another kind of off topic, but I stumbled through that sentence a few times and just thought about that once you pray, once you have that sharing with the beloved, you're content to sit there and wait for it to be answered. You know it will be, you know. You don't continue to pray for things over and over and over and over again as if God's, hard of hearing and doesn't have the hearing aid turned up enough, You just pray once, and your faith carries the rest. It gives you the contentment to wait for the manifestation of what you're praying for. So she was content to wait in perfect assurance that the prayers would be answered. She spent her days in fasting and meditation, her whole soul given over to constant recollectedness, her entire heart fixed in love on the Lord Shiva. Often did her mind go to Varanasi, uniting in thought with the venerable aunt as she poured that sacred water of the Ganga on the symbol of the Most High, or as she worshipped him with flowers and mantras. One night, she had a vivid dream. She had spent the day in the shrine, and as evening deepened into night, she fell asleep. Hushed in silence was the household, hushed in silence and rest. Then the highest heavens the hour struck, the time was come for the saintly woman to touch the feet of the Lord, and in her dream she saw the Lord Shiva arouse himself out of his transcendent meditation and take the form of a male child who was to be her own son. She awoke. Could this ocean of light in which she had found herself bathed be but a dream? Shiva, Shiva, thou fulfillest in various ways the prayers of your devotees. From the inmost soul of Bhuvaneshwari Devi, a joyous prayer welled up, for she was confident that her long months of expectancy were over, and that the vision was but an announcement that her prayers were to be answered. Her faith was justified, and in due time her son was born. Of course, I got this from the biography of Vivekananda, so he is the son that was born. He is the form of Shiva. And so we don't have to think of Shiva as a mythological character, a painting in an old book. We have a direct manifestation of Shiva and 9 volumes of his teachings for us to take us. So you see the relationship that she had with Shiva, someone she had never seen, Shiva, who really was an idea, a concept in the mind, but in that faith prayed and manifested a reality, manifested the beloved into her own family, to raise him and to give him to us, when he renounced the world. And so Vivekananda, Shiva incarnate, how is it different when Shiva has a body, when he's in that transcendent meditations, wherever that realm is? I love that description. Ramakrishna talks about when Vivekananda came down, and I always trip out a little bit when Ramakrishna says that he crossed the wall in the indivisible, and I was like, whoa. You crossed a wall in the indivisible. We got a problem going on. You've got a wall in the indivisible. So Ramakrishna actually crosses this wall in the indivisible realm of the Absolute. And on this side of that wall are the 7 stars, these 7 shining stars, the 7 rishis. And he goes over to one of them and whispers into the ear, "I'm going down." And that one follows. And that one that followed was this birth that we just read. Shiva, one of the rishi, coming and helping us, coming here for us. And so we've got Shiva in New York City on the 16th of May, 1895. So not Shiva wandering through the mountains, not Shiva the transcendent meditator in the indivisible, but Shiva the tourist in New York City, writing for us, sharing something that sounds like it comes from the mountains. This poem that he writes is called "No One to Blame." The sun goes down, its crimson rays light up the dying day. A startled glance I throw behind and count my triumph, shame. No one but me to blame. Each day my life I make a mar, each deed begets its kind. Good, good, bad, bad, the tide once set, no one can stop or stem. No one but me to blame. I am my own embodied past. Therein the plan was made, the will, the thought, to that conform, to that outer frame. No one but me to blame. Love comes reflected back as love, and hate breeds more fierce hate. They meet their measures, lay on me through life and death their claim. No one but me to blame. I cast off fear, I cast off vain remorse. I feel my karma's sway. I face the ghosts my deeds have raised, joy, sorrow, censure, fame. No one but me to blame. Good and bad, love and hate and pleasure, pain, forever linked go. I dream of pleasure without pain. It never came. No one but me to blame. I give up hate. I give up love. My thirst for life, it's gone. Eternal death is what I want. Nirvanam goes life's flame. No one is left to blame. One only man, one only God, one ever perfect soul, one only sage, who ever scorned the dark and dubious ways, one only man who dared think and dared show the goal. The death, its curse, and so is life, and best when stops to be. Om Namah Bhagavate Sambudhyaya. Om, I salute the Lord, the awakened. Some beautiful things in here that he writes. When he says, I am my own embodied past, it's a realization that this moment, this presence, this Shiva that we're talking about, is the transcendent divine. Now what is that? It's conceptual, it's meaningless. Oh, the transcendent divine, beautiful. It's this moment, this place, the here and now that we're sitting in, free of ego, free of personality, free of history, free of future. This eternal moment that has no beginning and no end, that we always so peacefully experience, but never really pay attention to, is Shiva. It is the presence of the beloved. It's as intimate to you as your own existence, which is exactly what Shiva has given you. Your existence is his signature of his love letter to you. your being, the fact that you know, the fact that you think, the fact that you experience right now, this here, this ever-present, is that love letter to you, that constant reminder. And it's that constant recollectedness that Vivekananda's mother was holding on to through her daily deeds as she thought of the divine. It wasn't some third-party thing. It was an immanent, practical touching of God, serving of the beloved, communing with the beloved. Her life was in fact the dance of Shiva, her dance with Shiva, as is your life, and how you interacted today. And the struggle is to maintain that recollectedness, right? To remember how profound this moment is, how inexplicable being is, how wonderful this signature on a love letter of life, of your opportunity to be, is, how unique, how priceless this is. I am my own embodied past, enjoying this moment, which is the summary of every desire you've expressed, every desire you've fulfilled. Are you happy in it? Are you free in it? Therein the plan was made, the will, the thought, to that conform, to that outer frame, no one but me to blame. He ends that over and over and over again. To take responsibility. We want to blame so many things on our life, on the things that happen to us. The point is everything happens to you. So what you do with it is yours. The conditions change all the time. They just are. Nature outside of yourself is completely neutral. There is no good or evil until it meets you. And when it meets you, you're the one who decides. Is it good or is it evil? For you are the one that decides what to do, to make love love, or to make hate a greater hate. It's your decision. What do you do with it? How do you become? What do you mirror? What does the world reflect back to you? If you know your nature, it reflects love, it reflects intelligence, it reflects your immortality to you. I cast off fear and vain remorse. What is that? There's two things he's casting off there. Fear is the future. Vain remorse is the past. So he casts them off, both of them. Why? To find the pure moment. To find this now that's undefined by an ego's gripping of the past. To find a freedom from the insecurity of the future, the unknowing projection of an imagined time in the future. And so for us, this moment, this divinity, this being, is our only hope of contentment. And if you aren't content in this moment, now, there won't be a future date where you are, because the future date doesn't exist, and you will never live in the future. You will only ever be here and now. So this is your tool. This is your place of mining your freedom, mining your delivery. So in this moment, search, what is it I am discontent for? And don't imagine that it's something that has to be done or accomplished. It's something that has to be let go of, because this moment contains all that you need for your realization. Everything you need, everything you will ever know, is already here and already available to you. And the day of your realization will not have even one extra tool available to you than this moment does. So search, wonder, why can't I see this Shiva? Why am I not consciously dancing with this delight? Good, bad, love, hate, pleasure, pain, forever linked go. I dream of pleasure without pain. It never came. Yes, there's always the opposites. You know, as long as you are separate from the whole, there's opposites. But when you come to know that you're the dreamer and not the dreamed, you know, that's where your freedom is. You know, this experience here, the sages say, is like a dream, which means I can't resist the opportunity to bring up my favorite thought. The fact that we live in a mind, we don't live in a world. You know, that you've never seen the world that you assume you live in, that your mind has composed a symbol of this reality out of nerve impulses, whose source it will never know. You know, your ear is much a symbol for the source of sound as the sound itself. So we live in a mind. We live in the beloved's mind. We live in our own dream. And when we know that we are the dreamer, and not the point of reference within the dream, the dreamed, that's when the dream loses its fear, loses its power over you. That's when your karma is transcended and freedom is yours. You know, to be in a dream and to know that you are not what is being dreamed is freedom. You're no longer part of a story called ego, no longer part of a story called personality, no longer responsible to the story of cause and effect, but you're free forever. So that is Shiva for us in his embodied state, his lesson to us, his teaching to us. Finally, we're going to go to Shiva Transcendent. We're going to go listen to Narendra in the company of the Master, of Sri Ramakrishna. Narendra says, this universe, the plan of this universe, it's devilish. I could have created a better world. So Hirananda, who was in the room with them, says, can one feel happiness without misery? Narendra, I'm not making a plan for a universe, I'm just simply giving my opinion of the present plan. But all these problems are solved if we have faith only in one thing. All right, ready? If you want to have all of your problems solved, here is your answer. That is panentheism. All doubts disappear if one believes that everything is God. God alone is responsible for all that happens. That's to know the nature of the dream, right? When you are running from that group of hoodlums in downtown that are chasing you in your dream at night, you know, sweating away in your bed, running furiously to protect your life, at some point you'll say, "Oh, wait, I'm dreaming. These guys can't harm me. I'm safe in my bed, sound asleep. I'm not in a city. I'm not running for my life." So all of your problems are solved when you come to know that all that you see is the beloved. And that beloved is you before your mind, before your personality, before your expression through a body. That beloved is you before you separate yourself. But all these problems are solved if we have faith in only one thing, and that is panentheism. All doubts disappear if one believes that everything is God. God alone is responsible for all that happens. Hirananda. Well, that's very easy to say that. So Narendra ignores him and sings this song, which I'm sure that you've heard. The song is Shankara's 6 stanzas on Nirvana. So this is Shiva without the body. This is Shiva without the ego, without the manifestation. He says, I am neither... Om. Better start with the Om. Om. I am neither mind. All right, now this I is you. So think, as each thing is negated, try and identify what that thing is in you, and try and abstract yourself away from it. Separate it from you. I am neither mind. So the thinking is not you. You know, often we think when they say, dive deep, go deep within, turn your gaze within, we think, oh, that means think about it. No, it doesn't. It means stop thinking right? Because your gaze can't actually turn on yourself because you can't see your face, right? You'll never see your face. You'll see a reflection of it, but hopefully you'll never see your face. It'll be a bad situation. So you won't ever see the self. What you have to do is sit in absolute silence and turn every one of your organs and ideas and inner world into an ear, into a giant satellite dish of receptivity, so that you can see the self implied by everything. So that you can see the self, hear the self implied by everything. It's closing your eyes and opening to the idea of having a face that you'll never see. But feel it implied. I'm looking from somewhere. I'm smelling from somewhere. People are talking to something. So your face is implied by everything. So your self is implied by everything. This transcendent self is implied. You can see all of the change in the world. How late am I going? Oh, 2 more minutes. You can see all of the change in the world because you yourself are not changing. If you were changing with the rest of the world, you wouldn't see the change. It would be like being in an elevator. You know, the elevator is changing, but you don't see it because you're part and parcel of the system that's changing, right? So you are not the elevator. You are not the one changing. You are able to witness all of the change in this world, time, space, causation, because you're not of it. You can see its effect on you. I am neither mind, intelligence, ego, nor chitta, neither ears, nor tongue, nor the senses of smell and sight, nor am I ether, earth, fire, water, or air. I am pure knowledge and bliss. I am Shiva. I am Shiva. I am neither the prana, nor the 5 vital breaths, neither the 7 elements of the body, nor its 5 sheaths, nor hands, nor feet, nor tongue, nor the organs of sex and voiding. I am pure knowledge. I am bliss. I am Shiva. I am Shiva. Neither loathing nor liking have I, neither greed nor delusion. No sense high have I of ego or pride, neither dharma nor moksha, neither desire of the mind nor object for its desiring. I am pure knowledge and bliss. I am Shiva. I am Shiva. Neither right nor wrongdoing am I, neither pleasure nor pain, nor the mantra, the sacred place, the Vedas, the sacrifice, neither the act of eating, the eater, nor the food. I am pure knowledge. I am bliss. I am Shiva. I am Shiva. Death or fear I have none, nor any distinction of caste. Neither father nor mother, nor even of birth have I. Neither friend nor comrade, neither disciple nor guru. I am pure knowledge. I am bliss. I am Shiva. I am Shiva. I have no form, no fancy. All pervading am I. Everywhere I exist. Yet I am beyond the senses. Neither salvation am I, nor anything that may be known. I am pure knowledge. I am bliss. I am Shiva. I am Shiva. That's my 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Certainly.
My very existence is the signature in his love letter to me.
Beautiful bundle is elegantly decorated with the streams of river Ganga, whose left half is always adorned by Devi Gauri, the universal Shakti, who is dear to Lord Narayana and who has destroyed the pride of Ananga, the Lord of Last. Worship that Vishwanatha, who is the Lord of the city of Varanasi, who is the embodiment of many divine attributes which are beyond the speech, the seat of whose divine feet is served by Lord Brahma, Vishnu, and other gods, who, by the beautiful form of his left half, is one with his consort. Worship that Vishwanatha, who is the Lord of the city of Varanasi, who is the Lord of the beings, and whose body is adorned with the ornaments of serpents, who wears the skin of a tiger as his garment, whose hair is matted, and who has 3 eyes, who holds the nose and who grants fearlessness and boons, and holds his trident in his hand. Worship that Vishwanatha, who is the Lord of the city of Varanasi. The shining, cool red moon serves as whose diadem, the fire of whose third eye from the forehead consumes the 5 arrows of the Lord of Last. The king of serpents are whose shining earrings. Worship that Vishwanatha, who is the Lord of the city of Varanasi, who is like a lion subduing the elephants of sins and passions within us, who is like a Garuda, great eagle, slaying the serpents of demons within us, who is like a forest fire, burning the forest of sorrows of death and old age. Worship that Vishwanatha, who is the Lord of the city of Varanasi, who is filled with spiritual splendor, Tejomayam, who can assume a form with qualities, as well as abide as the non-dual expanse beyond all attributes, whose essential nature overflows with bliss, which is unsurpassed by anything and is beyond all measure, whose body is adorned with serpents and whose essential nature is merged in Atman, complete and undivided. Worship that Vishwanatha, who is the Lord of the city of Varanasi. Leaving behind all desires and keeping away from the habit of censuring others, restraining from the pleasure in sins, merge the mind in meditation, taking hold of the Supreme Being within the lotus of the heart. Worship that Vishwanatha, who is the Lord of the city of Varanasi, who is free from all vices like attachment and others, and who is graceful to devotees, who is an abode of peace, born of dispassion, and whose companion is Devi Girija, the universal mother, who exhibits the sweetness of patience, whose presence is auspicious, and whose throat is beautifully adorned with the mark of poison. Worship that Vishwanatha, who is the Lord of the city of Varanasi.
Durge Durge Rakshini Swaha Ungang Pat Swaha.
us your compassion. Grant us your mercy, you who destroy evil tendencies. Your name is sweetness, and you are the doer of good. You are purity itself and the holder of the trident. Grant us your compassion, you who are easily pleased, and from whom all goodness flows. Daya Karo Shiva Ganga Dari Gripa Karo Shiva Hey Tripurari Daya Karo Shiva Ganga Dari Nama Madhura Shubha Mangalakari Alaka Niranjana Trishuladari Daya Karo Daya Karo Daya Karo Bola Bandari Daya Karo Kripa Karo Raksha Karo Bola Bandari Daya Karo Shiva Ganga Dari Kripa Karo Shiva Hey Tripurari Daya Karo Shiva Ganga Dari Kripa Karo Shiva Hey Tripurari. The next song is Yogasane, and this is the translation. Seated in yoga posture, the great yogi is immersed in deep meditation, like the limitless mountain peaks amidst boundless snow. The great yogi is immersed in deep meditation. In the silence of dissolution, Purusha alone exists. The fire out of fear covers its body with ashes. The great yogi is immersed in deep meditation. The child moon is seen no more. All is darkness, formless, one without a second. Nature is stilled. Bound by the present time, the sky-haired Shiva is in the region of the sky, eternal, true, full of knowledge. The great God is complete in himself. The great yogi is immersed in deep meditation, like the limitless mountain peaks amidst boundless snow. Seated in yoga posture, the great yogi is immersed in deep meditation.
Dimika dim, dimika dimika dim, nache bolanam.
Dimika dimika dim, dimika dimika dim, nache bolanam. Dimika dimika dim, dimika dimika dim, nache bolanam. Dimika dimika dim, dimika dimika dim, nache bolanam. Nache bolanam. Nache bolanam. Nache bolanam. Nache bolanam. Brindanga bole, Shiva Shiva Shiva, Damaru bole, Hara 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 Om, Veena bole, Shiva Om Shiva Om, Nache bolanat, Nache bolanat, Nache bolanat, Nache bolanat. Dimika dimika dim, dimika dimika dim, nache bolanat. Dimika dimika dim, dimika dimika dim, nache bolanat. Nache bolanat. Nache bolanat. Nache bolanat. Nache bolanat. Brindanga bole, Shiva 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 Om, Damaru bole, Hara 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 Om, Veena bole, Shiva Om Shiva Om, Nache bolanat. Nache bolanat. Nache bolanat. Nache bolanat. Dimika dimika dim, dimika dimika dim, nache bolanat. Dimika dimika dim, dimika dimika dim, nache bolanat. Nache bolanat. Nache bolanat. Nache bolanat. Nache bolanat. Brindanga bole, Shiva Shiva Shiva, Damaru bole, Hara Hara Hara, Veena bole, Shiva Om Shiva, Nache bolanat. Nache bolanat. Nache bolanat. Nache bolanat. Dimika dimika dim, dimika dimika dim, nache bolanat. Dimika dimika dim, dimika dimika dim, nache bolanat. Nache bolanat. Nache bolanat. Nache bolanat. Nache bolanat. Brindanga bole, Shiva Shiva Shiva, Damaru bole, Hara 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 Om, Veena bole, Shiva Om Shiva, Nache bolanat. Nache bolanat. Nache bolanat. Nache bolanat. Dimika dimika dim, dimika dimika dim, nache bolanat. Dimika dimika dim, dimika dimika dim, nache bolanat.
Ayam Lambodaram Sundaram, Vignanashkaram Devam Hiram Pranamamyam. Maheshwaraya Namaha. Maheshwaraya Namaha. Om Pashupataye Namaha. Om Pashupataye Namaha. Pashupataye Namaha. Pashupataye Namaha. Om Shulapane ho Supratishtho Bhavo. Shulapane ho Supratishtho Bhavo. Shulapane ho Supratishtho Bhavo. Snam. Om Banishasnam. Om Tyambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivarnanam Urvarukam Vandana Mrityumamita. Om Tat Purushaya Vidmahe Mahadevaya Dhimai Tanno Prachodayat. Om Aghorebhyo Athaghorebhyo Ghora Ghora Karebhyo Om Saddhajatam Prapadyami Saddhajataya Vai Namaha. Bhave Bhave Nati Bhave Bhavasvama Bhavad Bhavaya Namaha. Vamadevaya Namo Jyeshtaya Namo Rudraya Namo Kalaya Namo Kalaya Namo Kalavikarnaya Namo Kalavikarnaya Namo Balapravasanaya Namo Sarvabhutadamanaya Namo Manomanaya Namaha. Om Ishano Sarvavidyanam Ishara Sarvabhutanam Brahmadipati Brahmadipati Brahma Shivo Vashtushana Shivo. Om Hing Pita Devadapano Hing Pita Sakti Bho Namaha. Om Namah Shivaya Tassamantasa Bhamadeva Rishi Pankti Chandra Ishana Devata Chaturvaga Siddhai Nipinda Sevini Yogaha. Om Nang Tat Purushaya Vidmahe. Om Nang Aghoraya Namaha. Sing Saddhajataya Namaha. Mang Vamadevaya Namaha. Yang Ishanaya Namaha. Om Stang Sting Sthiri Karo Bhava Javat Pujan Karamyaho. Om Nang Tat Purushaya Namaha. Mang Aghoraya Namaha. Sing Saddhajataya Namaha. Mang Vamadevaya Namaha. Yang Ishanaya Namaha. Om Stang Sting Sthiri Bhava Javat Pujan Karamyaho. Om Nang Stabhang Namo Nang Tarjanibhyang Swamang Siddhamattamabhyang Vasat Singvanamikabhyang Hum Bang Kanishtabhyang Bhushan Yang Karatalvishtabhyang Astayapad. Om Hridayaya Namo Nang Shirasi Swamang Sikavi Bhushan Singkavachaya Hum Bang Netratraya Bhushan Yang Karatalvishtabhyang Astayapad. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namastu Sthanubhutaya Jyotirlingamritatmane Chaturmurti Vapuschaya Vasitangaya Sambhave. Om Namastu Sthanubhutaya Jyotirlingamritatmane Chaturmurti Vapuschaya Vasitangaya Sambhave. Om Namaste Astu Sthanubhutaya Jyotirlingamritatmane Chaturmurti Vapuschaya Vasitangaya Sambhave. Om Dhait Nityang Mahesham Rajatagirinivam Charu Chandravatangsam Ujjalangam Parashumrigo Maro Vitihastam Prasannam Padmashiram Samantat Stutamamaraganaitvakrikiting Masanam Vishwadam Vishwabijam Nikhilavayaharam Panchavakram Trinetram Karpura Gaurang Karunavataram Sangsarasaram Bhujagendraharam Sada Vasantam Hridayarvinde Bhavam Bhavani Saitam Namami Vairasapitha Shanamadhya Sangastam Bhaktaisya Nandya Divished Bhaktartikama Nalapaprameyam Jayet Umaling Jita Vishwarupam Om Hit Padmamasanam Dadyat Sahasrarastyutamritai Padyam Charanayor Dadyat Manastvargam Nivedaye Tenamritena samaniyam snaniyam tena chasmitam Akashatattvam vastram syat gandhasyat gandhatattvam Chittam prakalpayet puspam dhupam pranam prakalpayet Tejastattvam tadipatham naivedyam syat sudambuli Anato Dhanir Ghanta Vayu Tattvam Chamachamanam Sahasraram Bhavet Shastram Shabdatattvam Chagitakam Nrityam Indriyo Karmani Chanchalam Manasasthatha Sumekalam Padmamalam Pushpam Nana Vidham Tata Amayadyair bhava pushpair archayet bhava gocharam Amayam ahankaram aragam tata Amohakam adambancha anvesha akshobhakau tata Amacharyamalo bhancha rasa pushpam vidurbuddha Ahimsa paramam pushpam Pushpamindriya nigraha Daya pushpam Kshama pushpam Jnana pushpam cha panchamam Iti panchadashair bhava pushpai Sampujayet Shivam Om Satyajataya Namah Idam Madhusnaniyam Om Namah Shivaya Namah Satyajataya Shivaya Namah Satyajataya Shivaya Namah Om Triambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarukmivandhanam Mrityurmukshamamritat Om Triambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarukmivandhanam Mrityurmukshamamritat Om Triambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarukmivandhanam Mrityurmukshamamritat Jol na Ganga Jal. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Idam Sanyam Nanartham Timaya Bhaktya Kalpitam Pratikicchatam. Om Namah Shivaya. Idam Staniyo Udakam Satyajatayo Shivaya Namaha. Om Sahasrashirsa Purushaha Sahasraksha Sahasrapat Sabhumin Vishvato Vritya Atyatishtat Dashangunam. Om Agni Purohitam Yajnasya Devamapijam Hotahotatamam. Om Ishetvarjetva Vayavasto Vayavasto Devo Vah Savita Praparjatu Srishtatamaya Karmane. Om Agno Ayahi Vitaye Gnano Bhagavataye Om Hasti Barhishi. Om Shanno Devi Bhishtaye Apo Bhavantu Pitaye Shanno Vishwavantu Naha.
এখন কি গান করবো? Maharaji and flowers.
Om Shrirante Najanami Chishtam Naiva Cha Maya Nividitam Gandhan Patigijjo Gandhan Vijjatam Idamuttamam. Om Namah Shivaya. Esha Gandha. Om Sadhyo Jataya Shivaya Namaha. Sadhyo Jataya Shivaya Namaha. Om Turyo Vanasampannam Nana Guna Manoharam Ananda Suravam Pushpam Kichatam Idamuttamam.
The refrain is Chandrasekhara, 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 Pahima, Chandrasekhara, Chandrasekhara. For those who like to chant along, there's a few sheets, if you know it a little bit.
नमस्ते सर्वदेवेषु सर्वहितो भूतहिते रत अनंत भोग संपन्न अनंत आसन संस्थिते अनंत कांति संभोगो परमेशु नमस्तुते परापर परातीत उत्पत्ति स्थिति कारक सर्वार्थ साधनोपाय विश्वेश्वर नमस्तुते ओम सर्वार्थ निर्मला भूमि सर्वोपरि विनाश योगी योगी महायोगी योगीश्वर नमस्ते।
Went down to Benares, where I met the Lord. Went down to Benares, where I met the Lord. He said, come here, boy, let me teach you something. He said to me, with one hand raised, live in the heart and let the Lord be praised. He said to me, with one hand raised, live in the heart, boy, and let the Lord be praised. Coming down in human form, in disguise, but he is God, Mahakala, Lord of time, beyond conception, forever mine. He's ever free, yet married to Maya, never bound. It's true, I tell ya, the black one, his eternal beloved, Kalima. In the night she's gloved. He's lying down as if he's dead. Although the universe flows from his head, he's lying down as if he's dead. Although the universe flow from his head, he plays the drums, creates the world. He does his dance, whirls and whirls. In his left hand, he holds the fire, flaming rising, higher, higher. He is one, and he's many. He's everywhere, his grace is plenty. Where all illusion is destroyed, the absolute and the void. He said to me, with one hand raised, live in the heart and let the Lord be praised. Live in the heart and let the Lord be praised. Live in the heart and let the Lord be praised. Jai Shiva Shambho. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya.
Oh, but there's also the opportunity to pour some water on Shiva's head, and we'll do that here, or here. Where should we do here? No? Here.
Here.
And we'll bring the lingam, and those who are fasting get the first line. Get to go first. So I'll set that up. And we'll set off the
Oh, I said, you take the other cook. Go to Krishna. And now, wait.
Back here. Okay, good one. Take it.
Idam nirmalapuspadikam. Nirmalapuspadikam. Om Chandeshwara Bhairavaya Namaha. Idam nirmalapuspadikam Chandeshwara Bhairavaya Namaha. No, that's okay. We just take this as it is. I think enough. As it is. Once the nuns and monks and nuns come, and then
Just put it on this side, so it'll be out of the way.
this is good.
There's a little honey left.
Some tissue paper.
Om Namah Shivaya. Have something to eat prasad. 1 o'clock. And your cars are not in that kind state. Take care. Oh, wonderful. Now what is this?
Prasad flowers.
Yes, prasad flower, good flower, prasad flower you take. Garland is there, take two very nice one. Others cannot take that. Oh, my
My cleaning stuff is done. I don't know what he's going to do with that.
Hang around. Don't go away.
Hmm.
Hang
I do not think there is a running, but I think
couple of little candles.
Candles are also there to take for the prasad. Come.
Thank you.
Candles.
Can I get the photo also?
It's all taken apart now.